All right, guys, welcome to the 2023 MCN primary election. I'm going to be your host for tonight, Jerrad Moore. You guys all know me, and as usual, we're going to be taking questions from the chat. If you have a question, pop it into the chat. We'll try to get it answered. Any question at all. We do have our managing editor, Braden Harper. He's over at the Dome with 2 live remote cameras. We're going to be checking in with him in just a second. But before we do, I wanted to run through some stuff that's vital information for you guys. Our results that we're going to be getting are going to be coming from the Mvskoke Creek Nation Election Office's Facebook page. Let me pop that up for you guys real quick. And they're going to be posting the results to their page. Now, I'm going to go into detail in just a few minutes about why the election's being conducted this way, because I did some looking into it. But for right now, the first thing we want to know is that you still have time to get out and vote if you haven't voted yet. Polls close at 7 p.m. This is all of the polls. Hold on, let me zoom out of here. And their addresses. You can get this on the Mvskoke Creek Nation Election Office's Facebook page. So if you haven't voted, please go out and vote. There is no more important thing that any citizen can do than to get out and vote in this election. So, if you're a citizen and you're watching this, you've watched our live streams in the past, you may know from past live streams we have in the past had live results coming in. So we contacted the election board. Let me see here. This year to try to get those live results. And we were told that they have a new vendor, and that new vendor, they don't do live results. So we got the name of that vendor and we contacted them. The vendor is heartintercivic.com. So I asked them a series of questions about what they do and don't provide for this election. And I'm going to go over those questions and answer those questions in just a few minutes after we get through chatting with Braden. I also want to mention another thing to you guys. On the Mvskoke Creek Nation Election Office's Facebook page, I don't know why that's so, let's make it back to regular. You can see a copy of, oh wait, I'm on the wrong page. Let's go here. On the MvskokeNation.com election board page, you can see a copy of the primary ballot sample. Now, what I wanted to mention to you, because I've been contacted by some citizens already about this, and I looked into it, and we think we figured out what's going on. So you'll see the order here on this sample ballot for Principal Chief is Tim Goodvoice, David Hill, Joseph T. Rogers, Lahoma A. Schultz. So, and I got contacted by a citizen saying, hey, when I voted, the order of those Principal Chief candidates was different. And I looked into it, and here's what it is. These names for these candidates are always randomly organized. They change the order on each ballot because statistically more people vote for the first person on the list. So to try to defeat that statistic thing, they jumble them on every ballot. So that's the explanation there. So if you get a ballot that doesn't have the same order of candidates on it when you go to vote, don't worry. That's normal. It's part of the process. Okay, we got that stuff out of the way. Now, I'm going to put my headphones on. We're going to talk with Braden Harper. He is joining us via Google Meet from the Mvskoke Dome, where the election board is tabulating the results as we speak. So, Braden, thanks for joining us tonight.
It's an honor to be here.
All right, great. So far, we've gotten over there. We've gotten our equipment set up. What does it look like so far? What have you seen so far happening over there?
Well, Jerrad, I think I would have to describe this as pretty much business as usual. I was able to walk into the Mvskoke Dome that I am currently in right now. I'm going to give you a little bit of a picture of where I'm at here. I'm currently up in the stands right now. Mvskoke Media has been permitted to report here live up here in the stands. And then I also have a live shot going on from about midway, about halfway through between the top of the stands and the bottom here, as you can see here on our secondary screen. Here you see some of the election workers very diligently counting the ballots. It's very quiet here. There's not, you have the election workers that are present. We have obviously security here, making sure that there is everything goes well without a hitch. I do believe I saw a few people in the parking lot looking to cast their ballots as well. Although I think for Okmulgee District that would be the Okmulgee, the new Creek Indian Okmulgee Community Center.
Yeah, so, and for you guys in the audience, if you haven't been to that community center, the old community center, if you go there, there's not voting there. The new community center is directly behind the housing building.
Yes,
so Braden, you kind of had a discussion already with Mr. Harjo about how we are going to get our copy of the results. Could you kind of let the audience know like what they're going to be seeing tonight?
Absolutely. So it looks like the process here for tonight is once the ballots close the polls close at 7, we will, as soon as the preliminary results are available, Mr. Harjo and his team will provide me with a paper copy of those results. And just as well for the viewers out there, those results will be available on the Mvskoke Creek Nation Election Board Facebook page. So you will be able to see that on Facebook. Might be a good idea to have another tab open as you are watching this live stream, so you can see the results, and we'll of course announce those as soon as we receive them.
Yeah, and everybody out there, tonight's a little bit experimental. We've never done it this way, so we'll see which way is faster. You might get results faster this way. You might see results faster just checking in with the election office's Facebook page. We'll just have to see what happens. Well, Braden, thanks for doing this tonight. We're going to be checking in with you periodically. Again, if you have an update that comes down from the election board or anything like that, shoot it over to me in Slack, and we'll bring you on live on air, and we will take a look at it. So, Mado. All right, guys. So while Braden is over at the Mvskoke Dome and he's waiting on results, let's talk about the election process and what the election office, how they're tabulating these results. As I mentioned earlier in the live stream, I was able to get the name from Mr. Harjo of the vendor that the Mvskoke Creek Nation is using for these elections. And I contacted that vendor to find out, what support they're providing the tribe, really to try to see if they do any of the tabulation or anything so that we could try to get those live results how we have in the past. And I asked them a series of questions. Let's go through them real quick. I'm going to pop them up on the screen. And if you guys have any questions about this stuff, go ahead and pop them in the chat. And then we'll move on to the next part of the program. So right here you can see that this is Stephen Sockwell. He's Vice President, Corporate Development and Corporate Communications for Hart Intercivic, Inc. There is the website for this company. So the first question I asked him are, what are the voting systems that were provided to the Mvskoke Creek Nation? This is what he sent me back. Mvskoke Creek Nation uses Verity Build, Verity Scan, Verity Central, and Verity Count. Verity Build allows the election administrators to create the election and design, proof, and print the ballots before an election. Verity Scan is the device that scans and tabulates the voters' hand-marked ballots when they vote in person in a polling place. Verity Central is the system used by election administrators to scan early absentee and by-mail ballots. Verity Count is the main tabulation system that consolidates all the data from the Verity Scan units and Verity Central to generate final election results and reports. So right there, from that, you can see we have kind of like a timeline of stuff that's going to be happening tonight and has already happened from all of these things, and it looks like that's the workflow. Let's see what the next part is. How does the Mvskoke Creek Nation Election Board receive the results from the company? Would it be possible for me to receive the same results for our live election day coverage? Hart is not involved in running the election. All of the work, including tabulation, reporting of results, is done locally by the Mvskoke Creek Nation Election Board and/or election administrator staff. Hart does not generate and does not take possession of any election results. I recommend you contact the election board to find out how to get the results, which is what we've done, and Braden kind of outlined what we're going to get tonight. Let's go to the next question. What support does Hart InterCivic provide the Mvskoke Creek Nation? Here's the response. When Mvskoke Creek Nation first selected Hart's Verity voting system, we oversaw a thorough deployment project, including user acceptance testing, UAT, and full training of all key election office staff. In addition, we provided a refresher training just a few months ago. We provide ongoing technical support and customer service anytime any of our customers have a question or need assistance. And then the last question here is, how long has Hart InterCivic been working with the Mvskoke Creek Nation Election Board? And the answer is, Mvskoke Creek Nation purchased Verity in October 2020 for first use in September 2021. So the September 2021 election was done with this same process. All right. So there's all the information we have about the process. All of the tabulation and everything is going to be done on site by the Mvskoke Creek Nation Election Office. Let's see here. We've had a question pop up. T.Y. Prohl's asking, do you think the fact that most of our citizens aren't eligible to run for office is the reason so many candidates did not draw an opponent, since there's a shallower pool to draw from each year? I think that is a very interesting question, and at first glance, I think you're absolutely spot on. Here's the rub with it, because I've done a lot of thinking on this particular topic myself. I'm inclined to agree with you, though. I think that if you just look at that, you say, yeah, sure, less people are eligible to run, so the numbers go down. The question is, though, if the ability or the pool of people that could run for office gets expanded, right? Are we going to get better quality candidates? You know, like what is the obviously the opportunity to get more candidates to run would be there, right? But are people going to run? And what encourages people to participate in the civic process in that way, to be a politician, to run for office? You know, like, is it just obviously if you can't, you can't. But we, for instance, any citizen can register to vote. We have really low voter numbers. You could also trace that back to maybe it's because some of them can't run, and so they like tune out of the process and everything else. Or maybe they feel like they're not being heard in the government, they're not getting what they want done, which both of those are probably a factor. But the broader United States electorate has the same problem, where voter numbers don't match the number of citizens by any stretch of the imagination. There's a very small percentage that vote. So Nikki McNack asks, oh, she's retracted the message before I could read it. All right, guys. So, and like I said, pop your questions in there. We'll have a discussion about anything you want. At this point, we're going to be just waiting on results to come in. I am going to switch back to our live feeds here. I wanted to pose this question to you guys because we've had some requests about the entertainment for tonight. So I've got two things queued up here that we could watch while we're waiting on results to come in. And I'm going to keep these the live feeds of the Dome going on screen. Oh, Nikki McNack says, what makes them not eligible to run? There's blood quantum requirement to run for office. I believe it's 1/4 to run on a council, and then it's 1/2 for chief. And I'll pull that up, but you have to have a certain blood quantum to run for office. Yes, Constitution. That's in the Constitution. So let's see here. what entertainment do you guys want to watch? We had a request for the Medicine Pony Band with Barney Ingram, who, and I want to say to everybody, sadly, Barney has passed. He passed last year at the end of the year. If you guys want to watch them from the 2019 election live stream, I have cut out the election results from that and just pulled out the music part. And so this half of the screen where I am would be Barney, the two shot of Barney's band playing. And then on this side, we would have the live shots from the Dome, if you guys want that. Or do you guys want to watch, on the far end, the play that was done at the Cove at River Spirit about Jonadev Chadhuri's mother's life experience? So you guys let me know which thing you want to see, and I'll pop it up. We're going to keep watching here for results. And with that being said, let me click this thing here and see what messages I'm receiving. Oh, Braden wants to chime in on the blood quantum question. Let me bring him on. All right, Braden, let me hear what you got to say.
Yes, Ted. I know that talking with other fellow citizens, this is certainly a very, I don't know if controversial is necessarily the right word for blood quantum requirements to run for political office, but it does certainly beg the question is that for people who do not meet the blood quantum requirements to run for either the National Council or principal or second chief offices, does that act as an obstacle for them to come out and vote? Why would they want to vote if in an election for their tribe if they themselves cannot run for that seat themselves? A lot of good questions stem from there.
Yeah, and I think that this is something else too, because this comes up with almost every election we talk about it. And there's an easy way to solve this problem if you can find a legislator that is willing to bring something that could put this thing up for a vote, a constitutional amendment up for a vote before the citizens, and then citizens could just vote on it and put the question at rest, right? Like which way they want to have it done. You could go out and cast your vote, and then you know which way the current citizenry believes it should be. I don't see any harm in that. It's one of the things that you see a lot happens with our meet the candidates. When this type of question comes up, they will say, well, I support the Constitution, and the Constitution says it's got to be this way. Well, the Constitution is also a living document, and just we saw with the Free Press Amendment, it can be amended, and citizens should have the ability to analyze the Constitution and change things if they want. We've had some stuff pop up here in the chat. I'm going to keep Braden with me until we get a consensus here. David Ware says, not the play. So we got to vote for not the play. Vacenza Italiana says, I saw the play. What other options you got? LOL. So we have Barney Ingram and the Medicine Pony. I think between the two knees by I don't have the permission to run the 1491 stuff, but I think it's pretty funny. I agree with you. I'm going to pop up Barney and switch over to our Dome live stream. If you guys have any questions, pop them in there, and I'll come back and we'll talk about it. And I'm going to go and pull that code to see what the rules are on the blood quantum thing. So with that being said, thank you, Braden. I'm going to go back, and if you want to jump back in or you have an update or anything, just let me know in Slack, and we'll bring you back. And for you guys, I am going to bring Barney out. Here we go.
Violent song. When I woke up this morning, it was drizzling rain. Round off turns in a passenger train. Heard somebody yell,
have the early voting numbers. I'm going to pause Barney here and come back in. So for early voting numbers, those are everything's going to be posted from the election office on their Facebook page. So if you're watching this, you could pop open another tab and go look at the information that's already been posted. It looks like here from early voting participation for 9/13/23, Eufaula had 30 voters, Okemah had 35 voters, Okmulgee had 103, and Tulsa had 51. And then let's see here. Do they have the 13th? I think I went past it. Let me zoom out here. Yeah, hold on a second, Braden. Let me bring you back in. Guys, Braden says he has the 13th. What are the 13th results there, Braden?
Yeah, so looking at the results for September 13th, that was last Wednesday, Eufaula reported 30 votes, Okemah 35, Okmulgee 103, and Tulsa 51.
Okay. So did I cover I covered the 14th already, I think. Didn't I do that?
Yes.
Okay.
So those were the 2 days that the early voting was available, Wednesday and Thursday.
All right. Thank you, sir. All right, guys, I'm going to pop Barney back up, and hopefully it'll queue up right where it was, but we'll find out. And let's keep on trucking.
Bring heartbreak my way. She is with him, and it hurts me so. The way that I feel, 'cause there she goes.
Okay, guys, I saw some questions pop up in here. Let's go back. T.Y. Prohl says, please explain how tribal towns can be formed and recognized under the Mvskoke Constitution. Okay, let's go on a little trip. Braden is going to come along with us. I'm going to bring him in so you guys can hear him. And then I am going to go to the Creek Supreme Court, because if you want to learn about the Constitution, that's the first place you got to go, because that's where it is. I do want to point something out to you guys that's kind of makes me mad. This is the Constitution, and before we start going through code, because that's going to be the next step, because I think that's where the tribal towns actually are organized. We're going to go down here, and I want to show you guys something that at the bottom of this is the only place people can go to get the Constitution. And you'll see that the last article here is the College of the Mvskoke Nation. So this isn't actually accurate because there's another article after this that you guys voted for. It's the Free Press article. Now, I've contacted the Supreme Court's clerks 2 times to have them update this, and it hasn't been done. So they haven't, the citizens have amended the Constitution, and it hasn't been changed on their website. But let's take a look here and see what we got, if there's anything in the main Constitution. Citizenship, rights, and privileges. There's nothing there about the tribal towns. Tribal towns, no executive branch. Don't see anything there. Nothing in the legislative branch. Let's keep going. Judicial branch. Removal of officers, amendment of Constitution, ratification of Constitution, initiative referendum, College of Mvskoke Nation. All right, so let's go into the code. This one I'm going to need to shrink it a little bit. So, I think what T.Y. Pearl's referring to is the chartered communities. So you can see here in the code, Title 11 says communities. When we click that, community charters. This explains all of how the constitutions for these charter communities are formed, how they're granted, certification of charter, and all those types of things. So if you're interested in the formation of that, you can go in and read all of this code, because that's where it is. They get grant funds and all types of things. There have been amendments and things added. You see here NCAs all the way up to 2022. So that's where that is, communities. All right. Let's see here. Is that good, or do you guys want to learn about that? We can go in and read how those communities are officially chartered and all of that stuff. Let me know in the chat if you guys want to go on a deep dive there. Let me take a look here and see what we've got going on.
Oh, hey, Jerrad, I think I just had an idea.
Okay, what's up?
Well, for any of those out there that are community members, maybe they could give us a shout out in the chat to see maybe where they are viewing from, maybe whether it's on the reservation here in state or maybe out of state.
I think that's a good idea. If you guys want to, if you're in the chat, let us know where you are. If you're citizens, tell us you're citizen and whether you're an at-large citizen or you're on the res. And if you don't want to give out your information, you don't have to. It's no problem. It says, when polls close, David Ware's asking, when polls close, how long will it take to announce results? Let me ask you this, Braden. Are you interested in maybe going down and seeing if we can get a time estimate from somebody on the election office about how long it's going to take them to tabulate results?
Absolutely, Jerrad. I think that's something that is a good question to ask, seeing how long, is it going to be 5 minutes? Is it going to be a half hour? Yeah, that is something I can certainly get for you
okay.
shortly.
Braden's going to go take a look, guys, and see what we can see about results, if we can get an update or if when they have any idea when they're going to come in. I can tell you from my perspective, they're probably going to say, I don't have any idea. So, but that's the standard answer there. So let's go back, and we were talking about the charter communities. I'm going to go into the code here. It says here, approval of Constitution. So let's just start off at the bottom. T.Y. Pearl saying, please explain how the ones organized under the Curtis Act is total BS. That, I'm not so for sure how I could do that. I don't know if that's Curtis Act is mentioned in the code, but let's take a look at what's there right now, and then we'll move forward. So it says organized communities of Mvskoke Creek Indians may apply in writing to the principal chief for approval of their constitution. Principal chief may deny approval of constitution by written objections within 60 days. Principal chief shall sign a certificate upon his approval of a community constitution. Charters shall be granted within 60 days after approval of community constitution in Title 11, Section 1-101. And then this is what it would look like. And so this is the Community Development and Budget Standards Act. T.Y. Pearl sings Section 5, this Constitution shall not in any way abolish the right and privileges of persons of Mvskoke Creek Nation to organize tribal towns or recognize its Mvskoke Creek traditions. Is that Section 5 here? Let's go down. There's 4. Protection of charter community bylaws for. Let's see. This chapter shall be effective and enforced till partial exacting. Article 2. Let me go down. Oh, in the Constitution, he says. Let me go look and see what he's talking about. Constitution. Article 2, Section 5. This Constitution, here you go. This Constitution shall not in any way abolish the rights and privileges of persons of the Mvskoke Creek Nation to organize tribal towns or recognize its Mvskoke Creek traditions. Okay, so I think what that's saying there is the Constitution is setting up guardrails, and it's saying we can't have anything in the Constitution or our code that's going to stop a citizen from organizing a tribal town or recognizing any of their ceremonies or anything that they want to do from their religion, right? So a tribal town is like part of that, the traditional way, right? I don't think that has anything to do with the chartered communities that we were talking about. The chartered communities are a different thing. So I don't know if that answers your question. So again, if you guys have any questions, pop them into the chat there. We'll have a discussion about it. I'm going to go back from the chat what TY was talking about. Please explain how tribal towns can be formed and recognized under the Mvskoke Constitution. So I don't know if tribal towns can be recognized under the Constitution. Just like you were saying, the Constitution is forbidden from stopping people from forming their own tribal towns. And if there was a process for the Constitution that required tribal towns to be recognized, that's kind of like controlling tribal towns right there. You would have a conflict between Article 2, Section 5, and whatever this process would be, if that makes sense, right? Like if the Constitution is forbidden from stopping citizens from forming a tribal town, then you're talking about the Kailiji. Are you talking about federally recognized tribal towns? Like the Kailiji, Flop-Flocko, Alabama Kasadi, those guys are also federally recognized, right? So the feds have recognized them as Indian nations, right? That's separate from what they're talking about here in the Creek Nation Constitution. Does that make any sense? And you may be asking what happened there? Why are those guys recognized in addition to the Creek Nation? Well, let's go look at Flop-Flocko Tribal Town. I think I spelled that right. Here we go. So we're going to go to their website just real quick. I mean, we're just talking, guys. We're waiting on results. See here, tribal town. What? Why is it so? That's weird. Tlaloc Tribal Town of Oklahoma is a federally recognized Native American tribe with over 1,000 members. We are proud to welcome you to explore our website, etc., etc. And let's see here. They should have like an about section or something on here that will tell us the history of when they got federal recognition. Governed body. It says constitutional Kyaliji, that type of tribal town. Yes, it's meant to be like those two. Well, the difference between, again, T.Y. Prohl, the difference between the Tlaloc tribal town and just a tribal town. So there were many tribal towns in the Creek Nation. There are still, there's not as many because some of them got disbanded, but there are many tribal towns in the Creek Nation. Not all of them have federal recognition, and they can't all get federal recognition. What I was trying to find on their website in particular is because they applied to the federal government for their federal recognition beforehand as a separate entity. This was something that they did. The Kyalijis did it. Tlaloc did it. That's why they have a separate gaming license, and there is some question. Well, I won't get into the legal stuff about it because we could do a whole lawyered up on it. So yeah, exactly. T.Y. Prohl mentioned they're double dipping dual citizens. There was a case from a prior election where we had an individual who was an enrolled. I think they weren't Tlaloc. I think it was Kyaliji. I think it was Kyaliji. They were enrolled in the Kyaliji tribe and the Creek Nation tribe, and they ran in the elections. And another candidate filed a complaint and a challenge on the candidate's candidacy. Oh, we got an update. Bear with me. Let's check in with Braden and see what he's got. All right, Braden.
Yes, hello everyone. I just got back from speaking with Sarah Barnett from the Election Board and Nelson Harjo Jr., the manager for the Election Board. They have informed me that they are unsure. They cannot confirm how long it will take for all of the unofficial results to come in from tonight. However, they have informed me that at 7 p.m., that is whenever all of the absentee ballot information will be available. However, we do not have confirmed details on when the overall ballots will be counted for in the unofficial results from that.
Okay. So it sounds like we're not going to get anything before 7 o'clock. Would that be fair to say?
Yes, indeed, Jerrad. It sounds as if we are not going to receive anything before 7 p.m. Central Time tonight. However, they did tell me that Sarah Barnett did inform me that this is her third election that she has worked here with the Mvskoke Creek Nation, and sometimes her and her team have been here counting ballots and getting in all of that information, and from the other polling sites across the reservation. She's been here as late as 12 p.m. midnight. So it could be a little bit of a wait time before we have the unofficial results. Today or maybe early tomorrow.
Let's hope it doesn't come to that. But all right, so I'm going to go back here. Okay, guys, back to what we were talking about. T.Y. Prohl is saying, what is the definition of a tribal town under Mvskoke and federal law? I think the short answer to that, under federal law, I don't think that they have a definition of what a tribal town is. They're just granting federal recognition to a group of Native Americans who have applied for that federal recognition, right? The designation of tribal town is what those individuals is bringing to that. It's not something like, because there aren't like other tribes that utilize that, if that makes, it's kind of like the porch band of the Creek Indians. Like the federal government isn't defining what a porch, or I guess they might have a definition of what a band is, right? Because there are many bands. Different tribes will have a band in their federal recognition, but I don't know about tribal town, if there's any federal code that defines what it is or what you've got to have. It would be something that the BIA would have to look into when they apply for their federal recognition. On the Creek Nation side, I think that language in Section 5, Article 2 is more about limiting the government from passing any type of regulation or code that's going to make it difficult for tribal citizens, Creek Nation, Mvskoke citizens to form their own tribal towns or participate in their tribal towns or their ceremonial grounds or anything that they want to do that's like that, right? It's kind of like the division there of the government from the religious influence, if that makes any sense. So I do want to find that part, LEG tribal town. Let's see, maybe it's on a Wikipedia. Let me see if they've got it on there. History. They go through that. Yeah. Here we go. And this is the part that I'm interested in, that I was talking about. After the passage of the Oklahoma Indian Welfare Act, let me pop that up. Sorry, guys. After the passage of the Oklahoma Indian Welfare Act in 1936, which provided for revival of self-government among the Native American tribes, the U.S. federal government offered each of the Mvskoke Creek tribal towns the opportunity to enroll as an individual tribe and establish their own government. Of more than 40 towns, only 3 accepted: Kyaliji, Flopflocko, and Alabama Quasati. Sorry, guys. So that's how they got their federal recognition, right? They're separate from Creek Nation. Okay. Earlier, I was talking about the court case where you had an individual that was enrolled in a tribal town and also enrolled as a citizen of the Creek Nation. What happened? Well, there was a decision made by the Creek Nation District Court that said that because historically tribal towns were part of the Creek Nation, indeed the Creek Nation was made up of all of these tribal towns, that's how the Creek Confederacy worked, that you could be dual enrolled. And there probably are representatives, people in the Mvskoke Creek Nation government right now that are dual enrolled in the Creek Nation and these tribal towns. The problem with it is their citizenship, their roles aren't published, so you wouldn't be able to know unless the person offered that information to you to say, yes, I'm dual enrolled. The reason that they had known that the guy who ran in this case was dual enrolled is because he was like the Miko of that town or whatever. He was like in the government of the tribal town, the federally recognized town. So, and if you guys want me to do a deep dive on it, we covered it at the time that it happened. So there's coverage on our YouTube channel if you guys want to go back and hunt that stuff up, or I can provide it to you if you want to watch all that stuff. So I think we've covered everything there. How is counting, or David Ware is asking, how is counting done? Electronic or individuals opening envelopes and tabulating on paper, or what? Okay, so that's what we were talking about earlier with this company. So the election board has bought software from this company called Hart Intercivic. And the software consists of these various things. Let me bring it back up for you guys. So the Creek Nation has bought these systems. The first one is Verity Build. So what Verity Build does is it lets the election board, utilizing software, they created the election, they created the ballots and everything before they did anything to test it. Then they also purchased Verity Scan. That is a piece of hardware that scans the ballots and it tabulates the voters' hand-marked votes. And then they send that information back to Verity Central, which is the system that scans the early absentee and by mail ballots. And then Verity Count is the system that tabulates all that stuff and consolidates the data, right? So you've got, and if you go vote, you'll see there's a ballot. It'll look like this. Hold on a second. So you'll get this type of a ballot. And this ballot, you'll fill these cubes up for whoever you want to vote for. And then you'll take it over, and then the actual ballot will have like some barcode stuff on the sides. You'll take it over to a machine, you feed it into that machine, and that machine tabulates all of the stuff on it and sends that information back to a main computer somewhere. So that's what's happening with the counting, if that makes sense, Mr. Ware. If you want to go into it in depth more, we could. If you guys have a question you guys want us to ask the election board over in the Dome, let me know. I'll holler at Braden. He can go down and he can ask them any question that you guys might have. And I can't guarantee that they're going to be able to answer it because they're a little bit busy, but we can ask them, and there's no harm in asking. Let's see here. Towns can still be established under the Oklahoma Indian Welfare Act. Can they? Are you asking a question there, T.Y. Parole, or are you stating a fact? Because I don't know for sure. We can look into it. All right, guys, if you have any more questions, go ahead and pop them in the chat. I'm going to bring Barney back out and go back to our live feed of the Dome. And you guys, I'll give you a few minutes to figure out what you guys want to do. So let's go back to Barney.
Wellington. When I woke up this morning, it was drizzling rain. Round off curves in a passenger train.
ballots already counted since they needed to be received by today at 5 p.m. Central Standard Time. That's true, that's when they needed to be received. We've been told by the election board that those results will be posted at 7 p.m. tonight, or after that, not before.
Well, you heard your laughing and the noise it made. Let me introduce my rocket 88. The folks that pie, baby, just won't quit. Me and my boys, we gonna take a little lift. Riding and cruising all around the kind of joy. Step into my rocket, now don't you be late. Me and my boys, we going out about 8. We all gonna get a little kiss. We all gonna take a little nip. Riding and cruising all around the kind of joy. You heard you laughing and the noise it made. Let me introduce my rocket 88. And 4-5 times, baby, just one beat. All my girls, they like to get me up from here. Riding and cruising all around the county joy. My rocket, now don't you be late. We pulling out about 7:45. Me and my boys, we gonna get a little kid. We all gonna take a little bit. Riding and cruising all around the town of Joe.
Hey guys, just give us a few seconds. Our Google Meet time ran out, so we're going to re-up our Google Meet meeting and we'll get you that live feedback.
Don't let me down. Don't let me down. I'm in love for the first time. Don't you know it's gonna last? It's love that lasts forever. It's love that has no past. Don't let me down. Hey, don't let me down. Don't let me down. Don't let me down. I guess nobody ever really done me. Ooh, she done me. She done me good. I guess nobody ever really done done me good. Don't let me down. Don't let me down. Don't let me down. Don't let me down. Take the ribbon from your hair, shake it loose, let it fall. Let it down around your skin, like the shadows on the wall. Come and lay down by my side till the early morning light. Take a nap then, but you're kind. Help me make it through the night. I don't right or wrong. I don't try to understand it. Let the devil take tomorrow. 'Cause tonight I need a friend. Yesterday's dead and gone, and tomorrow's out of sight. Taking nothing but your time. Help me make it through the night. I don't care right or wrong. I don't try to understand. Let the devil take tomorrow. 'Cause tonight I need a friend. Yesterday's dead and gone, and tomorrow's out of sight. Taking nothing but your time. Help me make it through the night. Taking nothing but your time. Help me make it through the night. Hey, it made me feel good. Thank you. Yeah. you know the truth. Oh Lord, stuck in low tide again. Rode in on a Greyhound, I'll be walking now if I go. I was just passing through, it must be 7 months or more. I came into town, a one night stand, looks like my plans fell through. And oh Lord, I'm stuck in low dock again. Oh yeah. The man from the magazine, he said I was on my way. Somehow lost connection, ran out of song to play. Came into town, a one night stand, looks like my plans fell through. And oh Lord, I'm stuck in low tide again. If I only had a dollar for every time we played, every time I had to sing, people said they're drunk. You know I'd get the next train back to where I live. But oh Lord, stuck in low tide again. Oh Lord, stuck in low tide again. Late in the evening, under the clothes to wear, puts on her makeup, brushes her long black hair, and then she asks me, do I look alright? I say, my darling, you look wonderful tonight. We go to a party, everyone turns to see beautiful lady walking around me. And then she asks me, do I feel alright? Say, my darling, I feel wonderful tonight. Feel wonderful just to see the light of your eyes. home now. I've got an aching head. Give her the car key. Helps me to bed. And then I tell her as I turn off the light, you were wonderful tonight. Say, my darling, you were wonderful tonight. We're going to take a pause for the calls.
Okay, guys. I am going to try to cue some stuff up here. Let me see. We had a request for some hymns, and we had a request for our What Is playlist. Because of the way I'm doing this, the videos for the playlist, I'm going to have to load them into a VCR here, and I'm still trying to pull all of them out of our archive. So, but first I'm going to start off with, let's see if this is going to work. How am I going to do this? Let me try something here, guys. Okay, sorry about that. Lost the mic for a second. And let's try this. Maybe I can do this. How about, what is the 1866 treaty? Okay, it looks like it's going to play. Mvskoke Media presents What is the 1866? Okay, let me adjust something so you guys can see the results here. Just give me 1 second. Mvskoke Media presents What is the 1866 Treaty? In April 1861, the Civil War broke out in the United States shortly after President Abraham Lincoln was inaugurated president. This resulted in the withdrawal of federal troops from Indian Territory, which later became modern-day Oklahoma. The 5 civilized tribes were, at this point, well established in the territory, and the withdrawal of these troops put them in a difficult position. Soon, Albert Pike, representing the Confederate government, showed up in the territory to secure agreements with the tribes.
While other tribes, such as the Choctaw and Chickasaw, were united in support of the Confederacy, the Creek Nation was divided, with almost an equal number of troops on both sides of the war. April 9, 1865, General Robert E. Lee surrendered to General Ulysses S. Grant, effectively ending the Civil War. September 1865, the federal government and the 5 civilized tribes met to negotiate at the Fort Smith Council. Commissioner of Indian Affairs Dennis N. Cooley informed the tribes that because they had sided with the Confederacy, the tribes had forfeited their rights, annuities, and land claims under previous treaties. The federal government was going to ignore the fact that 3 of 5 tribes had been divided in support of the Confederacy. New agreements would have to be drafted and signed, and the federal government required certain provisions in each treaty. The treaties would grant amnesty for crimes committed against the United States during the war, but required that the tribes abolish slavery, incorporate freedmen into their citizenship, and give up part of their lands for other tribal settlement. August 11, 1866, the Creek Treaty was signed and proclaimed. The ramifications for these agreements would last for over 150 years. Before Europeans stepped foot on the North American continent, southeastern tribes had already established a long history of capturing enemy combatants in raids and utilizing them as slaves. These slaves were sometimes incorporated into the tribe through intermarriage and tribal ceremony. Generations of literal and later ceremonial combat between tribes and tribal towns led to an intricate web of intermarriages and adoptions that formed the basis of the importance of the Creek tribal town and clan affiliation that citizens continue to this day. Indeed, an argument could be made that this process eventually led to the formation of the Creek Confederacy and its required political and familial agreements and alliances. Up until the 1866 treaty, some freedmen, as well as Europeans and members of other tribes, had been incorporated into the Creek tribe through these traditional methods. It is important to recognize a distinction from this cultural practice and the economic model of slavery that was introduced to Native Americans by European contact, which emphasized the utilization of humans as property and part of a business model. With the signing and ratification of the 1866 treaty, freedmen became citizens in the Creek Nation, regardless if they had been assimilated into the tribe by traditional methods or not. It is this distinction between the methods of obtaining membership for freedmen that has resulted in the long and bitter fight to decide the citizenship of the Creek Nation. Even now, legal battles are fought over the application of the 1866 treaty with the Creeks in regard to citizenship as well as tribal jurisdiction. At the United States Supreme Court, the validity of the 1866 treaty is a key element of the Mvskoke argument for expansion of the tribal jurisdiction, even though the Mvskoke Creek Nation Constitution does not allow for freedmen to be citizens of the tribe, a requirement stipulated in the treaty. Forged in the Civil War reconstruction effort, the 1866 treaty continues to be a firebrand in relations between the 5 civilized tribes, freedmen, and the federal government.
Okay, guys, we had a little hiccup there with the video. It skipped for some reason. I'm going to queue up the next one, and then we'll have some, I'll see if I can dig out some hymns for you guys. David Ware is asking, do you know the percentage of citizens who are citizens over 1/4 blood quantum? I think we've done that on the stream before. I'm trying to go figure out where I found that information before, and when I find it, I'll bring it into the stream and we'll take a look at it. If you guys have any other questions, go ahead and pop them in. And the next thing I'm going to try to run here is going to be, let's see, the What is Council Oak video. By the way, we have a playlist, What is playlist that we can run, or is on our YouTube channel. If you guys want to go check it out, it's the What Is series of videos. They're basically like short explainer videos that give you an idea of what the topic is, because you hear a lot of these things mentioned, like the permanent fund or the 1866 treaty, and you know, like you just hear people talking about it, you may not have any idea what they are or anything like that. So you can go to this playlist, you can watch these videos, and they'll give you a little bit of, you know, just the basics of what the thing is and how it was developed. So with that being said, let's go back and I'm going to try to play the next one. Downtown Tulsa is home to the Creek Nation Council Oak Park, location of the Council Oak tree. Lojaboga tribal town leaders in the 1830s selected the tree as the location to place the coals and ash from their sacred fires they brought with them during removal. The Mvskoke people had a custom of naming locations they settled in Indian Territory after tribal towns and villages in their homelands. They called the town that sprung up around the Council Oak Tallahassee, which means Old Town, after a significant village complex in the Creek Confederation. The name was shortened to Tallahassee and eventually became Tulsa. The original site was later broken up by the allotment process, and the parcels where the oak resided were bought by Tulsa oilman Harry Sinclair. The oak grew free from jeopardy on the grounds of the Sinclair mansion for many years until 1968, when a Texas businessman named J. Paul Little sought to have the tract zoned for a parking lot. Little had agreed to preserve the tree if a parking lot was developed, but protests from residents of the area put the move on hold. The protesters had a plan to trade city-owned land in the Boulder Park area for a tract that held the council oak. The protesters, led by John Harvey, had also secured the support of W.E. Doty McIntosh, who was principal chief of the Creek Nation at that time. Little formally agreed to the proposed deal, but on December 14, 1971, a group of landowners near Boulder Park filed suit in district court, alleging that the city did not have the authority to carry out the trade and the plan would depreciate the value of their own property. On July 7, 1972, Judge William Means ruled that the city did have the authority to do the trade, but another wrinkle had appeared. While everyone waited for Means' decision, it was discovered that two separate Texas banks held mortgages on the Council Oak property, and the deed could not be delivered due to a threatened foreclosure. Alamo National Bank of San Antonio claimed that Little was behind in payments on his $65,000 mortgage. Security State Bank of Pearsall, Texas, held a mortgage for $150,000 on the same property. This meant that in order for the trade to happen, the foreclosure would have to be sorted, and the land would have to be bought by a party that was still willing to swap it for the Boulder Park parcel. The land was eventually cleared for a sheriff's sale and was purchased on October 2, 1973 by a group of Tulsa real estate developers for $114,350. The purchasing group consisted of Nat Hinshaw, Noel Eden, and Ira Cruz. The group had made the deal with the express purpose of saving the Council Oak, and the swap was back on. On February 19, 1974, the Tulsa City Commission formally traded deeds, and the city took ownership of the Council Oak site. On September 29, 1976, after a review of the submitted application, the Creek Council Tree site was added to the National Register of Historic Places. In January of 1980, the city placed lightning rods in the Council Oak to protect the tree from damage. Later that year in May, a beautification project was started that resulted in the installation of a sprinkler system, landscaping, and a wrought iron fence. On October 26, 1986, a ceremony was held to commemorate the Council Oak, where Mvskoke Creek Nation Principal Chief Claude Cox and other city and state officials declared the day to be Creek Nation Council Oak Tree Day. This became an annual event on the site that continues to the present. Recently, at the March 21st meeting of the Tulsa Indian Affairs Commission, the Tulsa Riverview Neighborhood Association presented some concerns about the Council Oak Park. The Tulsa Riverview Neighborhood Association is a group of homeowners and businesses that surround the Council Oak Park and seek to protect the neighborhood's historical nature as well as build and promote the community. According to the association's president, Chris McCabe, the park has fallen into disrepair.
To me, what I've come to really be disappointed in not only that I didn't know the story, but the city of Tulsa in general. Most of our citizens don't know the story. And over the years, in the 6 years that I've lived here, just see the park come into disrepair, which to me, I don't know how else to interpret that as a lack of concern from the city, a lack of honoring that sacred spot, to allow it to just kind of, I mean, there at one point, it's obvious there was some intentionality to create some kind of memorial with the flame statue and then even Stickball Park across the street from it. Like, there was intention there, but I don't know if there was ever plans for continual maintenance of this park. And it's just, I've just seen it kind of devolve. We kind of see this as like a 3-phase project. Phase 1 being restoring the park to its original state when it was put together back in the early 2000s. All the vegetation that is native vegetation, there's a lot of intentionality about what kind of was planted there, all pretty much dead. All the signage that shows what that vegetation was is faded out. You can't read any of it. There's repairs that need to be done to the monuments that are literally crumbling, tiles falling off. There's some stone monuments that tell the story of Stickball. Just they're literally crumbling in disrepair. There's no more lights that shine onto the tree or the flame monument. They're all gone, broken off. One of the statues, Stickball statues, is actually broken. There's this the bronze of the flames is completely tarnished. The plaques that tell the story completely tarnished, where you can't even hardly read the story being told on that. And then the actual signage to the park has deteriorated and it's peeling and falling apart. So those things, this is a city park. The maintenance of that park is supposed to be done allocated through city funds. So really, phase 1 is us as a neighborhood kind of encouraging those funds to be allocated, and the city to do its job to maintain the park. So phase 2 is where we see private donations and funds being integral to what we'd love to see happen. We have a person here in the neighborhood that has already given an $8,000 matching pledge. So like I was telling you, I'm deeply saddened that this story is undertold, underknown. We really want to bring it into the presence of the citizens of Tulsa, where they know that it's here, what it means, and where those that lost their lives on the Trail of Tears are properly memorialized in a meaningful way. This is a sacred spot. And so promoting it we want to build a website that has an educational piece that can be used for school trips, that really tells a story, maybe even have some QR codes on the site where you could, pull up more information about it. We want to, develop some social media stuff. Thirdly, we'd really like to do a mural somewhere downtown. There's nothing that exists that tells a story of the tree. And I just think it would be awesome to have the whole side of a building with Creek Council oak tree on it. And that's going to cost thousands and thousands of dollars to do something like that, probably tens of thousands. We really want to make a drive for this, not all of the Riverview neighborhood, but this little section that's kind of 18th and Boston, that encompasses Dreamkeepers Park and the Council Oak Tree and that kind of that entertainment area. Would really love to see it be renamed as Founders District. What is Founders District? Why is it called Founders District? Another promotional piece where it brings into their awareness, this is the spot where Tulsa became Tulsa. Before any Anglos showed up or Europeans showed up, this was Tallahassee, the founding spot. So that's another push in phase 2 that we'd like to do. And then the third phase, which is also going to take a lot of funding, and a lot of creativity is to expand in some way.
McCabe has contacted the Mvskoke Creek Nation Cultural Preservation Department as well as the Principal Chief's Office with the hopes of collaborating with the Nation on the project, but as of the publication of this article has not received a response. In addition, the association has published an open letter to anyone who is a stakeholder in the Council Oak Park, which details their intentions and plans. Mvskoke Media has published this letter in the April 15th edition of the Mvskoke News, and a link to the letter will be in the description of this video. Like the Mvskoke people who adopted the tree as their meeting place, the Council Oak has survived many dangers and flourished, thanks to the community that surrounds it. The history of the oak is the foundation of Tulsa, and a testament to the value that community places on its indigenous ancestry. The Mvskoke people continue to thrive, and so too does the Council Oak. Okay, guys, we've got an update from Braden here. Braden went down and checked with the election board about if we can continue streaming past 7 and what tonight's going to look like as we get closer to the closing of the polls. So, Braden, what's the update?
Yes, Jerrad. So I just got back from talking with Sarah Barnett with the election board, and she informed me that yes, we will be able to stay past 7 p.m. when the polls close for the primaries. However, unfortunately, we're not going to be able to ask any questions after 7 p.m. because her and her team are going to be really busy working to, as all these all the ballots come in and then they count it and make sure that everything is accounted for. They're going to be gearing up to get pretty busy here very shortly. Right now it is 6:29 p.m. Central Time, so the polls are open for about another 31 minutes. So everyone, if you haven't voted yet, you have about another half hour to get out to your polling site, cast your ballots in the Mvskoke Creek Nation primary.
All right. Did they give you any idea of like what their expectation on results is going to be? I know we talked about it earlier in the evening.
Yes, Jerrad. So at this moment, the time frame for the unofficial results, because it's not made official until about a week after today, I was informed that it's a little bit up in the air. So that could mean maybe a couple hours. However, Sarah Barnett did inform me that she has stayed as late as 12 p.m. midnight. So, but as soon as those results get in, we will we are supposed to receive those as well. And we will share those here. And they will also be made available on, again, the Mvskoke Creek Nation Election Board's Facebook page.
All right, guys. Well, and so you heard it right there from Mr. Braden Harper, the managing editor of Mvskoke Media. We're going to be streaming until we get results tonight. So, Braden, thanks so much. I'm going to give you a break now, and we'll chime back in whenever we have some more information. All right, guys. The chat here had a question about percentage of citizens that have blood quantum to run. So I looked it up. The information is a little old, but if you'll bear with me, we'll take a look at it. Let's see here. I think I put Mvskoke Creek Nation citizen. I think it was this. Was it this? Yes. Okay. Let me pop this up for you guys. Whoops. All right. So we see here citizenships, facts, and stats. Let me shrink it a little bit. It's a little too big. So as you can see, these statistics are from 2019. And there is a breakdown here for each city for population numbers. If you guys want this link I'm going to put it in the chat right now so you guys can check it out. Let me do that really quick. And then you guys can follow along, or you can have that information. So it is old. It's from 2019. So here's the breakdown of male and female and age group. And that's basically what we got here. I don't see anything about the blood quantum listed here. So let's see. Let's go back a page and see if we can find that. Let's try this one. This is just a generic page about the citizenship board that you'll bring up. Let's take a look at one of these quarterly reports and see if that has anything in it. No. This is, these are all just financial figures from FY21. We talked about that in a Lawyered Up. Let's go, well, you know, let me keep looking, guys, because I still haven't found anything that lists that particular statistic for the blood quantum that we're looking for. I'm going to pop our live feed back up here, and we'll go back to, we also had a request for some Mvskoke hymns. Now, I don't know, I'm pretty sure this documentary has some hymns in it, but let's take a look at one of our From the Vault pieces. It's called The Praise of Our Fathers. Let me switch to that.
Down.
All right, just 1 second, guys.
Until Europeans landed on the shores of North America, the native peoples here had no written laws, no books of scripture, and little need of either. With an innate sense of spirituality, they had a natural ability to commune with the Creator and His creation. They lived in harmonious relationship with the natural world. To them, this world was infused with spirit. Like the wind, they moved as a spirit moved them. Many of the ceremonial songs and dances held by Indian people were expressions of praise and gratitude to God, the Father of all. And so it was for the Mvskoke Creek Indians. When Christianity was introduced here, many Creek people accepted it readily and wholeheartedly, for it reflected the best of the spiritual teachings of their own fathers. Others held firmly to the ways of their ancestors, rejecting the ways of the white men because they had no concept of the purity of earth and sky. But the seeds of Christ's teachings were planted and took root among open and receptive people. And what came forth was a unique blend of European Christianity and Native American spirituality. Today, many Creek people still participate in traditional religious activities held at their ceremonial grounds. Many more, however, attend worship services at one of the 70 small Indian churches in the Creek Nation. Their patterns of praise, worship, and fellowship still reflect the ancient roots of the Mvskoke way. Let us learn more of these ways as we examine the praise of our fathers, spiritual traditions of the Mvskoke Creek people. Most Creek churches have names like Yordika, Casita, Tallahassee, Wilgofki, and Mvskoke, names once associated only with traditional Creek ceremonial grounds. For the most part, these churches are located in remote, rural areas, not more than a stone's throw away from the ceremonial ground site that once bore those names. But when Creek people began to be converted to Christianity and ceased to practice the ways of their forefathers, they took with them more than the old names. Many of the old ways came with them too. Today, there are only a dozen or so active Creek ceremonial grounds in eastern Oklahoma. These are all that remain of the once mighty network of tribal towns that made up the Creek Confederacy in ancient times. During the spring and summer months, traditional ceremonies are still held here. The Green Corn Celebration, known to the Creek people for nearly 2,000 years, is the highlight of the ceremonial season. It is a time for renewal and rededication, a time for thanksgiving and preparation for a new year. Fasting is an essential part of the ceremony, and prayers are offered to Mvskoke, one of the Creek names for God, which literally means overseer. During the green corn days, old wounds are healed and past mistakes are forgiven. A fire burns at the center of these ceremonial sites, fed by 4 logs pointing in the 4 directions. 4 brush arbors containing bent seats form a square around the fire. The main arbor faces east, toward the rising sun. This is where the Mvskoke, the spiritual leader of the community, is seated, along with his council. 2 of his assistants, called deacons, carry out the Mvskoke's instructions and make sure that everyone takes his or her proper place. Around the outer perimeter of the grounds are permanent campsites, maintained by the families who are regular members of each ground. During his long lifetime, George Koser Sr., now deceased, participated in ceremonial ground activities and also pastored a church for 13 years. In an interview taped in 1983, he shared some of his own experiences in the 2 traditions.
Well, this ceremonial ground, my thinking is that was our old tradition that come from Alabama, and that's all we didn't know. That was a church. It was I was telling to me through my elder people, my kinfolk, or my mother and her mother, all those that tell me that that was their religious. And I do believe a whole lot about this ceremonial, because I says, I'm Christian, but I don't fast. I just sitting up there and probably fast an hour and a half, 2 hours. I thought I'd fast. But where ceremonial ground, they fast all day long. And they got more power than I have. I want my children to understand all about our Indian heritage and Indian Creek life. That's why every once in a while these boys of mine want to go to Stomp Dance. I'll pick them up and take them down there, and I'll sit around in the car until it's over with.
All the churches, all the Creek churches face east, and that was kind of like the beginning. It's always the beginning, the sunrise, the beginning of life. And so that was why the churches are facing east, and that's my understanding toward it. And it always something typifies in 4s. Usually it's like the 4 directions, or maybe the 4 spirits, or something to that effect. But over the period of time when There were some good things that came from the Creek, and they tried to put it together with Christianity. And so a lot of things are done in fours. And my understanding was that the fourth Sunday, what we call the fourth Sunday now, started back there when there was like one missionary, one person. He went into each community. And so he would start at this one community and one Sunday, and he would take his group and go to the next community the next Sunday, and it would rotate around to every fourth Sunday. So he'd be back at the start of the month at his church where he first started.
And that early days church, people used to come to church in the wagon. If you all know what wagon is. Gene, you know what wagon is? It's something got wheels on it, if you know what wheels are. And it's drawn by horses. You know what horses is? They're riding horses now. They used to hook them to the wagon. And when they go to church, they had hay and corn in the wagon. And people get in there, and dogs would take a lead. Dogs know how to go to church better than the people did. They used to take a lead to the church. And the people that live close to the church house, when they hear the bell ring, the dogs get up to the church house. They say the dogs don't know anything, but they know more about when to go to church than some people. Now, when those people that rode in the wagon, we come 10 miles to go to church. That black cloud, we didn't have no weather report then. We went anyway. And when it come a rain, we'd stop in some houses. Then after the rain, we'd go on. And when we got there, they had to cut wood because it's too far to go and get it ready before time. And the houses, you could look through the floor. The walls, you could look through. It was poor houses. They had to build a fire by wood stove, kerosene lamp. Finally, just about dark, they'd have everything ready.
And there were camp houses around the Indian churches. If you go around the Creek churches today, you'll still see these. There may be up to 10 or 11 camp houses in a circle around the church where families either live on the campus or come for the church on fourth Sunday and camp, like they did at the ceremonial grounds. So they came far and near, and they started from Wednesday. They met Wednesday night, Thursday night, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. And they would spend that whole week there as they came in wagons and horseback.
Friday night they'd have preaching. Then Saturday, maybe if they had to get groceries, maybe they'd go out about half a day to town or something, like that. And Saturday early, about 4 o'clock, they'd come in, be right on church premises. And Saturday night, they'd have what they call a testimony service, each one individually. Then if it was a fourth Sunday, we call full Sunday, why they'd have their service on Sunday morning, Saturday night, Sunday morning, all day, and then Sunday night. And on Saturday night, they'd ask the church, the members, if there's anything against one another, some disagreement, maybe some kind of a dispute or something that they had. If they did, but before they can, the scripture, that's what it says, you bring your gift to the altar. If you remember that you have something against your brother, leave it there and go and reconcile with him, then come back and offer it. So that's the way they'd do. the people would, see them 2 or 3 go out. They'd shake hands. Some would be crying when they come in. But anyway, that's the way they did, because they're getting ready for take of the communion, the bread, And they didn't want to see anybody have anything against one another. And then after that, after the communion, then they'd shake hands before they dismiss. I've seen a lot of them, they just shed tears and hug one another, And I thought that was wonderful, but today it's kind of different. It's getting a little different, yeah.
Our church is kind of like we've kind of become more, maybe what you might want to call, say, assimilated in a sense, and we still have some traditional creek singing and things like that. We still keep with the traditional fourth Sunday, except not in the same way as they did, but we just meet on Saturday night and Sunday. We have church all day long. We start church around 10 o'clock, and we have visiting preachers that come in, and all the visiting preachers, they get to speak during the day. The creek singing goes on throughout the day, and so then there's lunch, and then there's some more creek preaching, there's some breaks, and then there's lunch, there's supper, and then if there's more preachers there's preaching during the night. And our churches have been known to go to about 1 o'clock Monday morning sometimes, so it depends on how the people want it and what they really want to get out of their 4 Sundays. There's a little history behind the creek singing. The words are just been naturally given by some of the people who have been talented to have the lyrics in the songs, and the tunes you just have to memorize it. You can't pick it up or any other way. It just something, when you memorize it, it just stays with you. You begin to realize what the words mean, and you understand where the song has come from. And if you talk to an older say creek that knows these songs, that have known the development of these songs, they really relate to like the Trail of Tears, some hard times that they've gone through.
We must remember that it was the faith of our fathers. Even we sing those in songs today in our Methodist hymnals. There's a song where we sang the faith of our fathers. We sing it, but we don't really know what that implies to us as Native people, because they're a faith of my father, my grandmother, my grandfather, and of many of us who a faith in a religion, through a religion that sustained them, that carried them, that made them aware of the presence of the Supreme Being, that was around them, that they lived daily. And the Native American religion of the Mvskoke people, this was something that was intact. They embraced, because it carried the people before them, their parents, their grandparents, their great-grandparents before them. And when Christianity moved into our area, our community, our world, there was some division. And again, my feeling is, and I'm sure that there would be a lot of clergy in the United Methodist Church, particularly in the Oklahoma Missionary Conference, would disagree, but we've been victimized in some ways. It's a way of one of genocide, where our religion was there intact, the religion of our forefathers, but somehow the 19th century approach of missionaries came and conditioned us to think that the traditional ways were heathen, were taboo, were something that would take us all to hell. And it frightened our people so much that they began to think that all was wrong, and we were all in sin all this time, and out of fear and out of not disturbing the waters or hurting those who came with good intent and saying, take up the cross, and we followed the way of Christianity.
There are things good in every culture and things evil. Those things evil had to be weeded out. But they too threw out everything as being evil because they didn't understand it according to their way of thinking. And so that progress got stronger and stronger and stronger. And we find when it comes to these shores, well, we were nothing more than the heathens and the pagans. And they did not want to take the time to understand this, although there were very few that did. And we find the writings today, and I praise God for that. But we were termed as the heathens of the Bible lands. We were not the heathens of the Bible land. The heathens of the Bible land sacrificed their children and buried them in the walls of their dwellings. You find no Indians that do this for good fortune from year to year, especially among the southeasterns, where the good fortune came us paying homage, and much like the laws of Moses, yearly, a year renewal, forgiveness, from one year to the other. It's much like the laws of Moses and how God, through the law, directed Moses to begin to have the people perform. And so the southeastern cultures begin to perform in that manner also. And I think in much of the other Indians across the land did some of the very same things. So I don't think that we can have any problem with anymore if we sit down and just thought about it, that to receive truth that we were a spiritual people and that we were not pagan.
The scripture tells you to forsake all for God, and so there's been maybe some confusion there, and instead of saying becoming Christ-like, you know, some people think that to become a Christian is become white-like.
And this scripture came up on me, Psalms 133 says, "Behold how good and how pleasant it is for brethren to dwell together in unity." I always say that there'll never be, as long as we don't have an understanding, we're going to have a problem. That's right. Amen. Amen.
Our purpose is to create a reconciliation and to reclaim some esteem that is spiritually based, and promote some reconciliation between Christians. I'm not talking about your traditional Christian idea, which is missionary, that set at odds our people. But to get the essence idea of real Christianity without all the man's ideas and doctrines, and go and promote reconciliation to our ceremonial people and say, hey, you haven't missed it, it's just that you haven't been taught. We're called Ahisagada Ido, which translated from Creek means tree of life. And we are fellowship. And the reason why we come up with this name is because it's an ancient name, not really coming from the Creek aspect, but tracing back that name, I feel like it has a lot to do with Creek history, in that particular aspect is probably forgotten by our present ceremonial people. But in my researching and praying about God, what do you have for Indian people, I come upon a teacher that came to the Mid-Americas, centuries ago, and his name was Quetzalcoatl, and his teachings, he taught about the tree of life. And that teaching came up through the Mississippi Basin and from the West. By using this and being a Christian group also, Indian Christian group, we wanted to keep something that was very ethnic to us. And so this is what we come up with. Plus, it's in the Bible. It's in the Bible in the book of Genesis. It's in the Bible all through some of the major prophets. And then in the last book, it's there. And so this tree of life is nothing more than the anointed of God. And we know him today by his name, Jesus Christ, the first and the last. And this is what we want to do, is promote some reconciliation between the two things, so that once we can become one again.
We've always maintained that we're from the earth. We've maintained that idea as far as our bodies will go back to the earth. God has made us out of the earth, and we'll go back there someday, but our spirits will go with him. And so this type of spiritualism has really developed into a really sensitive internal spiritual awareness in the Indian people, and knowing that there's something just more than just materialistic everyday living, but there's spirituality to it. They tried in those early days, and as you know, even today we still have Indian churches, Indian ways, Indian things, and that they have not been successful to educate as far as the white man's way and all those things to make an Indian a white man. Hallelujah.
Guys, we are back. We are watching the shot of the election board. They are tallying the results, and Braden Harper is down there somewhere trying to get an update on the results. When he pops back into the Google Meet, we'll be able to give you more of an idea of what's going on. We just crossed the 7 o'clock mark where all of the polling places are closing as we speak. So the votes are in, and they're going to be counted. I have a little question for you guys. Let me flip this around. So we were playing a documentary, and we had the documentary on the whole screen, and then we had the live meeting of the tabulation down in the corner. I think it was on this side. It was a little corner down here. Do you guys like it that way? Or do you want it reversed? Do you want the live feed of the election office tabulating stuff to be the whole screen and the documentary in the little window? So let me know in the chat. Do you want the documentary in the little window, or do you want the live feed in the little window? With that being said, I'm going to go ahead and queue up something else from the vault. We are probably going to jump in there and interrupt it, though, just to give you a heads up, because Braden should be popping into our meeting here with an update any minute now. Or actually, hold on, he's saying here he says he's on standby. Let me ask him if he's got any information. He might want to jump in here. And once again, you guys, if you have any questions, go ahead and pop them into the chat there if you have any suggestions. We've somebody here saying, David Inke says, documentary in the big window. Okay, you guys got it. Chats are open. Big window DLC, DIC? I don't know what that is. Dock. Oh, okay. Big window dock. Gotcha. We'll do it that way, guys. We got 2 votes, and in this democracy, that's enough for me. I'm still waiting to hear from Braden here. David Enke, do you have this documentary on the YouTube channel? I believe that it is. If you go, it's The Praise of Our Fathers is the name of it. So if you go to our YouTube channel and you search The Praise of Our Fathers, it should come up. If it, we have so many in the front, it'll be on the From the Vault playlist. So we have so many on there. Sometimes things slip through the cracks, but I believe it's on there. I think it's on there. If not, I'll go check that after we're done with the stream, and I'll upload it. I'll get it on there, but you can search for it there. Well, I haven't heard back from Braden yet. I'm going to go ahead and fire up the next documentary. In fact, there are so many here. What would you guys like to do? We have 1,000 years of Mvskoke Creek art. Would you guys like art? Would you like politics of the past? Would you like services of the past? Would you like festival of the past? Would you like something about the honor guard? Would you like something about Gunofke Scott? I have a Jerome Tiger documentary. I have something about shells, how to make shell shakers. Let's see, post the YouTube link. Well, let me see if I can't find that for you guys really quick. Let me know what you guys want in there out of those topics I just mentioned while I'm looking this up for TY. Oh, Braden's contacted me. He says no information yet, so we're going to keep the live feed going there. Let me go and see if I can find that link for you guys. Here it is. I guess I could do this. Boom. Copy. No, I could close that and that. Okay, here it is, guys. That's the link to The Praise of Our Fathers, if you guys want it. Politics of the past. Politics of the past. Okay, so how about this? I've got a more perfect union. This is a great... Actually, let's do a more perfect union, because you can't get any more relevant to what we're doing today than a documentary that was done during the period when the first Constitution was passed. It has all of the intrigues and all of the stuff that we are used to so much today with Creek Nation politics. So I'm going to play that one while we're waiting on Braden and getting an update on what the results are. Give me 1 second, guys, to get this all flip-flopped.
If you think anything about your own government, well, do the best you can, because this is yours.
Our Creek Nation is viewed as being a sovereignty. As such, our government is limited by only 2 provisions.
This meeting of the Mvskoke Creek National Council will now come to order. We'll stand for our invocation by Second Speaker Helen Chupko.
Long before the white people came to this country, my people, the Mvskoke people, had settled in the southeastern region of North America. And by the time these white newcomers began struggling to establish themselves along the eastern seaboard, a powerful Indian confederacy already existed there. The dominant force of this confederacy was the Mvskoke tribe, known to the white man as Creeks, because their towns were clustered along the streams and rivers that snaked through the land. From the ancient times, the Creek nation has governed itself, repeatedly proving to be quite capable of the task. The form of government changed through the time because of successive crises thrust upon the Mvskoke by the white man's government. But the determination to remain a vital, distinct people has continued unchanged. Let us now examine the development of the Creek Nation's government as it suffered through removal to Indian Territory, the white man's Civil War, and the creation of the state of Oklahoma. It's a sad story at times, but one of strength and determination as well, and it culminates in the reality of a revitalized, active Creek Nation facing the challenges of the 1980s. Originally, the Mvskoke Confederacy occupied most of what is now Alabama, Tennessee, Florida, and Georgia. Warm, rich, green lands, abundant with the necessities of life. The tribal town was the basic unit of government then and the source of strength for the nation. The town was the center of political, ceremonial, recreational, and social life of the people, and that life was directed by the town chief, or Miko, and his council of clans. General nationwide councils were held periodically, composed of all the respected men of the tribal towns. The town of the principal chief was the capital of the Confederacy, but councils were held in different towns at different times depending on the nature of the business to be acted upon. There once had been a great town named Okmulgee on the river Okmulgee. It was hallowed ground because it was recognized as an ancient town settled by the Mvskoke after they migrated to this land from the far west. It was there in Okmulgee, or a town like it, the Confederacy began, uniting the Mvskoke people with their neighbors, the Yuchi, Hitchita, Alabama, Dokobachis, and many others. But the new Americans' drive for westward expansion forced the Creeks to give up their homelands little by little. This pressure from the outside also created strife within the Confederacy, and the once mighty Creek Nation began to weaken. The Creek War, or Red Stick War, of 1813 and 1814 was a severe blow to the nation, and the removal treaty of 1832 forced the Mvskoke people to move to new lands west of the Mississippi River. My people have never forgotten that this removal treaty guaranteed that there would be no further intrusion by the federal government. It was written, "The Creek country west of the Mississippi shall be solemnly guaranteed to the Creek Indians, nor shall any state or territory ever have a right to pass laws for the government of such Indians, but they shall be allowed to govern themselves." By 1838, all the Creek people had been voluntarily or forcibly moved to the Indian Territory. The industrious Mvskoke, weakened by their long journey, slowly began to rebuild their nation in the unfamiliar land. The chiefs and councilmen continued to discharge their government duties in the new tribal settlements. By 1840, they were holding general councils again. A tree-covered hill centrally located in the Creek territory was selected as a council ground. Near the summit of the hill, a spring bubbled up, and the place received the name Weegawaholwe, High Spring. A log council house was constructed there, and tribal legislators camped nearby with their families during general sessions. These lawmakers passed laws as needed to guide the people and modified the structure of the government as the situation called for it. Schools were built, blacksmith shops opened, and the nation began to flourish again. Then, the white man's Civil War came and ripped the nation apart once again. Meddling Union and Confederate agents divided the Creek Nation into loyal and Southern factions, a rift that was a long time in healing. Each faction recognized a different man as principal chief, and each chief directed a separate government. But shortly after the war, the two chiefs agreed to reunite the tribe and dissolve the northern and southern factions. Most of the year of 1867 was spent in revising the government and developing a written constitution. Since the council house at High Spring was destroyed during the war, most of the constitutional revision work was carried out at Blackjack Grove on the south side of Deep Fork River. It was there on October 12th that a new constitution and code of laws for the United Mvskoke Nation was unanimously adopted. It was a solemn and dramatic occasion. Former opponents, progressives and conservatives, old-time chiefs, and young educated men debated long and earnestly. The brief document began with a preamble resembling that of the United States Constitution. It created a legislature known as the National Council, composed of the House of Kings and the House of Warriors, reflecting the two houses of the old Confederacy. There was an elected principal chief and a second chief whose duties were similar to those of an American governor. 6 district court judges were elected by the voters and 5 Supreme Court justices were appointed by the council. And their legal decisions were enforced by 6 companies of 5 light horsemen each, elected by the voters. A permanent capital site was selected by the council on the old town grounds of Hitchita Town on the north side of the Deep Fork. The place was named Okmulgee after the ancient town of the Mvskoke Confederacy, and because a similar word in the Mvskoke language, Omulgan, means for everybody. In 1878, this stone council house was built. The affairs of the nation were directed from this location until 1907, when all tribal governments in the Indian Territory were disrupted and the state of Oklahoma came into existence. Robert Trepp of Creek Nation's Government Policy and Research Department explains what happened to tribal government in 1907 and the following decades.
After Pleasant Porter was elected to a 4-year term under the 1867 Constitution, his second term in 1903, he died in office in 1907 while the tribe was getting ready for its elections again. Modi Tiger, who was second chief, under the Constitution, he became principal chief. And 3 days later, he received a telegram from President Theodore Roosevelt announcing that he had been appointed to the position of principal chief. And under that appointment, he served a period of 10 years. And this began the era of the appointed chiefs. There was no legal authority for this. There was nothing in the 1906 Act or in any of the Creek agreements that provided for this. This was something the United States did all by itself without any legal authority at all. 3 more men served under these appointments up until the time of Herbert Hoover in 1930. And under Hoover it got so bad that 2 men were appointed chief during his term for the period of 1 day. Their only duties on those days was simply to sign deeds for tribal lands or tribal interest in lands. Under Franklin Roosevelt, this whole process changed and the Creek people became involved, but it wasn't really an election process. The Bureau of Indian Affairs sponsored a vote by the Creek people, and men could file for the office of principal chief. And whoever got the most votes was considered the Creek people's nominee. Not their elected chief, but their nomination for chief. And then the President of the United States reserved the right to appoint someone else if he felt that was necessary. Now, that did not happen during this period. But there were about 6 or 7 different people between the time of Franklin Roosevelt and the time when John Kennedy became president that served in this way, that served as the nominee of the Creek people and the appointment of the President of the United States. Again, in the 1960s, this practice died out, and it wasn't practiced anymore. And in 1970, Congress passed an act which allowed the 5 civilized tribes, the Creeks and the other 4 tribes in eastern Oklahoma, to elect their principal chief. And the first election was held in 1971. So this whole era between 1907 and 1971, the Creek people participated in different ways in their tribal government. For a while there was a group called the Creek Mass Meeting, which was simply an assembly of people that were interested in tribal affairs and wanted to participate. There were different groups known as the Creek Council or the Creek Indian Council. Some principal chiefs appointed their own advisory councils. Some principal chiefs tried to call elections from the tribal towns, but none of these elections were ever really representative of all the Creek people. The most tribal towns that ever participated in one of those elections was, I believe, 23 or 24 tribal towns. In 1971, the Bureau's regulations said that whoever got the most votes, they didn't need a majority, whoever got the most votes would be principal chief. And Claude Cox was elected in 1971. Chief Cox established a Constitution Committee that did some work in developing a new Constitution. He established a Constitution Commission several years later, which did further work, held hearings, and developed extensive reports. And in 1975, the National Council received their proposal and amended it and adopted it for submission to the people. Also in 1975, Chief Cox was re-elected to a 4-year term, this time with a majority of votes. In 1976, a lawsuit involving the nature of the Constitution and the nature of all these laws and appointments I've just talked about was decided in the U.S. Court for the District of Columbia, and this established the Constitution Commission, which did its work in 1977 and 1978.
In the 1970s, we witnessed a gradual return of the power of Indian nations. The Creek Nation, in particular, moved rapidly toward constitutional government and self-determination. Virginia Thomas was one of the appointed members of the Constitutional Commission and explains what happened next in tribal affairs.
The commission was created by the action from a lawsuit. It was Allen Harjo and plaintiffs versus Thomas Klepp and defendants. In a civil action, number 74-189 in the U.S. District Courts in the District of Columbia on September of 1976. Thus, the judge, after handing down his opinion and reviewing for a long time, gave this order that they should, the plaintiffs and the defendants should meet, and the 2 representatives from the defendants, 2 representatives from the plaintiffs, and they should nominate, call for nominations and elect a chairperson. Therefore, there were many weeks of screening, talking with, and talking about the nominations, and they finally came to a conclusion on September the 20th in 1978. The Constitution Commission first drafted a format of giving information about the ratification and the referendums ordered in this court. And one was to, of course, bring up to date and fuse those 3 differences into the Constitution drafted on May the 24th, 1976. Thus, we held hearings in news media in every form.
The court's discussion on page 1146 says the commission shall prescribe that voting on each of the 3 questions shall be in the alternative, and your ballot only presents 1 question, not 3 questions. And will also have the precise responsibility for approving the precise wording of the 3 questions to be determined by the vote. I think the court's made it very clear that we have to present 3 questions to the voters, and each question has to be an alternative. Shall it be this, or shall it be this?
To put it shortly, this whole process was controversial, of course, based on the nature of the suit and the order which came from that. But it was controversial in the meetings as well as in the hearings, and it was the mail-outs and the various documents with which we had to deal with, and the spending of the money that was allocated for this process of drafting a new constitution.
So all I'm suggesting, Robert, is that right here by the answer, put 1867 by 1, proposed by the editor, and likewise on these 2. That's all.
Instead, right at the end of each phrase, why don't we put the important word in Creek?
What word? 1867?
No. That would not solve anything.
They would be confused.
Put tribal town in Creek. Put geographic district in Creek. Put one house in Creek. Put two houses in Creek. Put,
That doesn't tell you out of which constitution these provisions come from, though. You're only interpreting the answer.
You are assuming that our people want a monolithic type of vote on this thing. And if you had looked at the sample ballots which were returned to the commission by some of our voters, you would see that they're not all going Harjo's way on the 1867 Constitution.
How would you know?
And they are not all going Cox's way on the proposed Constitution. Our Creek people are intelligent people. They are splitting their ballot. They are voting different ways on different issues.
Everything, every facet of it, even the staff selections were controversial, but at the same time, the result was what counted in this, and I think as we go along, it had become better as we ended. On October the 6th, 1979, it was ratified. The results were in favor of the Constitution being ratified by an even 200 votes.
And so the new Constitution of the Mvskoke Nation came into being. It is the document which forms the foundation for the current government of the nation. It begins, under the guidance of the Almighty God, our Creator, we the people of the Mvskoke Nation, to promote unity, to establish justice, and to secure ourselves and our children the blessings of freedom, to preserve our basic rights and heritage, to strengthen and preserve self and local government, in continued relations with the United States of America, do ordain and establish this Constitution for the Mvskoke Creek Nation. So my people have patiently endured, and now once again we are rebuilding our nation on a firm foundation. The path ahead is not smooth and the way is not clear, but together we are striving to form a more perfect union.
If you think anything about your own government, well, do the best you can, because this is yours.
Our Creek Nation is viewed as being.
Okay, guys, I wanted to jump in here real quick while we're in the split there, and I hope that cues back up when we come back. But we don't have anything from the election board yet, but I wanted to let you guys know something that we were doing that we're kind of keep a hush-hush, but I wanted to tell you about it. So I've been working with some veterans who want to pitch in on this process. And one of the things that they do at the, let me take my headphones off. One of the things that they do at the community centers after the polls have closed is they post a printout from the machine that records the votes on the window. And so a group of veterans, and I want to say a deep mado to them right now for doing this, are going to all these community centers, and they're taking snapshots of those printouts and sending them to me. I've got Bristow right now, and the problem is I'm trying to get it on screen so we can all see it. I'm going to read you guys what I just got though, and this is the printout from the Bristow door, the glass doors after the polls have closed. Okay, and as soon as I get this in my email, our email is very slow for some reason. As soon as I get this in my email, I'll put it on screen for you guys. But here's the first thing we got. So what I'm seeing here is in second chief race, and this is the votes at Bristow. Del Beaver 56, Sandra Golden 23, and then undervotes a 0 and overvotes a 0. Okay, so that right there looks like Bristow is going by a large margin to Del Beaver. And everybody, these are unofficial, so don't get too excited. Okay, so National Council Seat A, Creek District, we have Dodie Barnett with 18 votes, Joseph Hicks with 22 votes, Lenny McNack with 39 votes. So 0 undervotes and 0 overvotes. So that is looking like it's going to be a runoff between Joseph Hicks and Lenny McNack. Again, this is only Bristow results, and these are totally unofficial. So National Council Seat A, McIntosh District, we have Judith Pickering has 29 votes. Daryl Proctor has 50 votes. So right there, it's looking like Daryl Proctor is going to win that seat there. These are just Bristow results. Okay, so Okmulgee District. Let's take a look at what we got there. James Jennings has 25 votes. William Lowe has 30 votes. And Robin Whitecloud has 24 votes. So that's very close there. I didn't see Principal Chief here on this list. Did I miss it? That didn't show up on the image that I got. Let me ask them if they have a better image. Now again, this is information that's being sent in. It's just an image. Somebody took a picture of the results that are posted on the door after the polls closed. Right now, Braden is running over to the Okmulgee Community Center. He's going to take a picture of those results, and he's going to send it to me. If I don't get the email on it, let me check my email real quick and see if I've gotten any of these. I haven't. If I don't get the email on his, I'll have him put it, text it to me, and maybe that way I can just read them off to you guys. So, is there something I'm missing on this image because I can't see the chief? Let me see here. Let me ask him a question there. Okay. Now, Tim Good votes 9 votes with David Hill. All right, Dodie is popping in there in the chat with those numbers for Bristow. So she says Tim Good voiced 9 votes at Bristow. David Hill 63 votes at Bristow. Is that it, Dodie? Or do you have more in there? And I want to remind everybody, these are really unofficial. This is just collected by citizens who took pictures of the images on the door. And I'm assuming Dodie has got that at hand, so she's able to read that off. Let's see here. What could we do? Well, I'm waiting on some more results to come in. Let's jump back to our documentary. I hope that it's going to pick up where we left off. If not, I'll try to queue it back up. And then when I get another image from another polling place, I'll jump in here and post that for you guys. So, or read it. And I'm going to try to get the images of it on the stream too for you guys, but it's just having a technical problem. My email doesn't work. So let's take a look at the documentary, and as soon as I have some more information, I'll give it to you guys.
If you think anything about your own government, well, do the best you can, because this is yours.
Our Creek Nation is viewed as being a sovereignty. As such, our government is limited by only two provisions.
This meeting of the Mvskoke Creek National Council will now come to order. We'll stand for our invocation by Second Speaker Helen Chupko.
"1979 was an important year for the Creek Nation. That year, the Mvskoke people ratified a new constitution that would be the foundation for the operation of a strong tribal government. The Creek Constitution begins with a preamble resembling the United States Constitution. Then the document goes on to define the Creek."
All right, guys, we got it. Let's see if we can read these, guys. This is thanks to Dodie Barnett. So Mado Dodie for sending these in. We've got here the 2023, let me make them a little bit bigger. Election date, ballot counter, all of this information here. So let's take a look. So Principal Chief is the one that we didn't have, and that looks like it is Timothy Goodvoice with 9 votes, David Hill with 63 votes, Joseph T. Rogers with 3 votes, Lahoma A. Schultz with 4 votes. So David looks like he's way out in front there on Bristow. Let's look at the other, all of the other tallies. It looks like they match up with what we've already reported there. And I want to say Mado to Dodie Barnett for sending that in to me again. And if you guys are out there and you're watching this, you want to go grab those images and send them to me. My email is jmoore@mvskokemedia.com. Braden just shared me some images there. Let me tell him to email those. Need them in email. But I can read them right now. So give me 1 second, guys. I'm gonna flip some switches and take a look here. Okay, so this is Okmulgee, and I'm gonna pop. Well, how can I? Hold on just a second, guys. I gotta collate some things here. Okay, so here's what we're looking at for Okmulgee. Let me take these results down so everybody's not getting confused. I'll try to, yeah. Let me bring up something here and see if we've got any posts here. Nothing yet. Okay, so let's go over Okmulgee's numbers, and I'm working on getting those emailed to me. As soon as I get the email, we'll pop those up on the screen so you can look at them. Again, these are the receipts that are printed out by the machines. The workers post them on the window of the polling place whenever they shut the polling place down. So, for Okmulgee County, we've got Timothy Goodvoice with 95 votes, David Hill with 102 votes, Joseph T. Rogers with 6 votes, Lahoma Schultz with 14 votes. For second chief, we've got Del Beaver with 168 votes, Sandra Golden with 48 votes. For National Council CA Creek District, we have Dodie Barnett with 86 votes, Joseph Hicks with 76 votes, and Lenny McNack with 53 votes. Let's see here, is there another one? All right, so with McIntosh District, we have Judith Pickering with 81 votes, Darrell Proctor with 135 votes. So, and then Okmulgee District has James Jennings with 95 votes, William Lowe with 61 votes, and Robin Whitecloud with 61 votes. Now again, those are the results from the Okmulgee Community Center for the people who voted in the Okmulgee District in person there. And as soon as I get those at my email, I will also pop them up there. Braden says that he has an update. They're 2 minutes away from getting the results. They directed us to Facebook, so we should be about 2 minutes away from getting those results on Facebook. They're not up yet. All right, we've got another one here. Let me see if I can read this because it's kind of small. I got old man eyes. All right, I've got some Glenpool results coming in here. I'm gonna. This is kind of reflection-y. That's a technical term, you guys, reflection-y, where you can't see past the reflections. Let's see. I can't see the principal chief in the Glenpool image very well, so I'm not going to read any of those results. Let's see. Second chief, though, from the Glenpool results has Del Beaver with 56 votes and Sandra Golden with 26 votes. And then Glenpool has Dodie Barnett with, Creek District. Dodie Barnett looks like 32. Joseph Hicks looks like 33. Lenny McNack, I think that's a 14. Let's look at McIntosh District. Judith Pickering, 31. Darrell Proctor, 52. I can't read these very well. Okmulgee District has James Jennings with 28. William Lowe with 25. Robin Whitecloud with 31. I don't know, that's pretty blurry. So let me tell my guy this is too blurry. Wait, here's another one. Maybe I can see here. This is still kind of blurry, but let's just wait on better results there. Okay. And again, I want to say a special mado to all those veterans out there that are collecting these images, and to Dodie Barnett and anybody else who sends me these images so we can take a look at them. Braden says, I haven't got that yet. Got the email yet, but my email is slow. Okay, let me check my email really quick and see if I've gotten something here. Not yet. So we're getting sporadic results. Let's see what the Election Board's Facebook says. Nothing posted there yet, but it should be dropping anytime, guys. All right. Well, it looks like we could drop jump back into some documentary stuff. If I get any updates, we will come right back in live here and I'll read them off to you. And if something drops from the election board on their Facebook, you'll see it come up in the little corner down in the corner of the screen. I am going to switch out our documentary though. Do you guys have a preference? Do you want to watch an art documentary, or do you want to watch, there are some interesting things in here. Let me give you an example. Where is that one about the, hey, are you guys interested in a World War II retrospective about Creek citizens that served in World War II? It's pretty good. I'm going to pop it up while we're working on stuff.
Up by daylight and looked out and I couldn't see anything, just dust. And the explosions were going off all around us. We were in an artillery barrage. I guess maybe that was the first time I really prayed.
Finally, word got out. This boy said, this is a group that's going to make an invasion. Next day, well, sure enough, Eisenhower came and he talked. He said, I feel honored that you would pick to make this invasion. And then people were, they were volunteering more than any other race. There was no animosity toward the service, they were really volunteering. And you grew up fast in the service. I will tell you, that military life is rough. In the 30s, I was going to school at Kellerville. And so we had ball team, and then during the summer we had a independent team, so we played ball all the way around.
Of course, when we had depression, we weren't starving because we had everything we needed on the farm, with the exception money we didn't have, but growing everything that we needed, we was well, provided.
I took agriculture when I was up at Chilocco, and for about a year or two I was the president of the Future Farmers of America there at the Chilocco Indian School, and then I played, I was in the band while I was there too. I learned to play the saxophone.
Well, I was still in high school. I graduated in '41 from high school, and we just were not aware of that. We were more interested in whether Preston was going to beat Schulter in a ball game.
There was nothing else to really do in those days, except, they had church meetings. Oh my God, they really did have church meetings. I mean, people really went to church.
An Indian man that had little money, and he'd have ball teams in the summer, down to church, down to Big Sikta. And we'd go off, every week we'd go off somewhere and play these other churches,
And then Sunday morning, people, they have cars. They used to ride horses mostly. And you could hear people walking coming down the road, they would be singing. And at the school, they would have a place there for them to have church.
Then we had our little hometown. They had entertainments, and through the week, on every Saturday night, we had what we call street dance, and that's where I learned how to dance, and I enjoyed it.
I formed a little dance band while I was there too. I had one drummer and one flute guitar player. I had a guitar player and then a bass fiddle player and myself. There were just 5 of us, and we just get together on the weekend or somewhere we could get away from everybody, where we wouldn't bother anybody. We play to our heart's content. We didn't use no music, we just played by ear.
At the age of about between 14 and 15, I learned to barber. So I started doing that. I charged students 10 cents a haircut.
There's another Indian guy around here had money, and he had a basketball team. And we played basketball all winter. We had pretty good success, too. We had good teams.
Every church brought their own set of tents. And they could cover this area here all over, just nothing but tents to come into the church convention and association. Those 2 were the biggest meetings, and they went for, I guess, the whole week. They'd come in first of the week and stayed clear through Sunday, and they really, well, same way the other way too. Storm dances. They had storm dances between the church and the stomp. You didn't have too much to do. And those days, there wasn't no bus. And on a rainy day, well, here come a kid down the road just a hauling, singing on, carrying on. And well, it'd be pouring down and raining, and we go to the school, and we have muddy shoes. Our clothes just be wet. We'd be sitting in the desk. I remember my mother was working, but we didn't get to eat till about 9 o'clock at night even. You know, bring home some bologna so we could eat, wake us up to eat supper.
A lot of us still burned kerosene lamps. That was the only lighting we had. A lot of us still got our water from water wells. We didn't have running water. And you know, when you speak with Native Americans about pre-war, you're talking about people who still lived in rather primitive conditions. And so a lot of the things that were happening in other parts of the world just made no impact because we didn't have the means to observe that.
We didn't know too much about it. I didn't anyway, about world events until Pearl Harbor happened, you know, and then that woke everybody up, I guess.
I ask that the Congress declare that since the unprovoked and dastardly attack by Japan on Sunday, December 7th, 1941, a state of war has existed between the United States and the Japanese Empire.
I'd heard about the Japanese bombing Pearl Harbor, but I guess I didn't know too much about history. I didn't even know where Pearl Harbor was, and never had heard of it.
Fortunately, one of my roommates had a radio, and so I was listening to the music and doing my studying, and then all of a sudden, this voice came in and said that Pearl Harbor had been bombed. Well, I didn't have any idea where Pearl Harbor was, and I could not understand why it was so important that they break in on this musical program and deliver this message.
Well, like I said, we didn't have no kind of radio where we could hear what was going on. It was more or less neighbors discussing, telling, you know.
I went to the show that afternoon.
Okay, guys, we got results. Let's take a look at them. Actually, let's see here. Open image in a new tab. Let's zoom in here, guys. And real quick, while you guys are looking at this, I'm going to put a link to these results in the YouTube chat so everybody can see it. Okay, let's take a look at what we're dealing with. These are unofficial results. It looks like we are at the principal chief race. We've got 434, or for Timothy Goodvoice, we have 434 absentees. For David Hill, we have 1,492 absentees. For Joseph Rogers, we have 59 absentees. And for Lahoma Schultz, we have 418 absentees out of 2,403 cast votes. That puts us with David Hill as having 62% of the absentee vote, and he's going to be second place is going to be Timothy Goodvoice with 18%. All right, so second chief. So this is, again, absentee voting. So Del Beaver has 1,579 votes, and Sandra Golden has 801 votes out of 2,380 cast votes. That gives Del 66.34% to Sandra's 33.66% of the vote. Okay, absentee Creek District. Dodie Barnett has 980 votes. Joseph Hicks has 892 votes. And Lenny McNack has 400 and I believe that says 40 votes out of 2,312 cast votes. That leaves Dodie with 42.39% of the vote. Joseph Hicks got 38.58% of the vote, and Lenny McNack got 19.03% of the vote. All right, let's go on down here to National Council Seat A, McIntosh District. Judith Pickering got 997 votes to Darrell Proctor's 1,333 votes. That comes out to Judith having 42.79% of the vote, and Darrell having 57.21% of the vote. That looks like these are all absentee results. Let's go back here and get the next page of them. Okay, this is a little less blurry than the previous one. So this is for National Council Seat A, Okmulgee District. These are absentee votes, it looks like. James Jennings, 583. William Lowe, 902. And Robin Whitecloud, 800 and... I can't tell if that's a 5 or a 6. It looks like 853, maybe 63. Okay. Braden's chiming in here. Let me turn Braden's mic on. Braden just chimed in, guys, and he says he sees that as 863. So that leaves us with James Jennings got 24.83% of the vote. William Lowe got 38.42% of the vote, and Robin Whitecloud got 36.75% of the vote. That looks like the end of the report there for the, I believe those are absentee results. Yes, unofficial 2023 primary absentee results, and there is a link in the YouTube chat to those results. Some emails came in to me. Dodie has sent me Holdenville and Sapulpa, so let's take a look at those. Holdenville. Okay, so this looks like Holdenville results from the machines that were posted on the door when the polling place closed. So we've got Principal Chief Timothy Goodvoice has 27 votes. David Hill has 21 votes. Joseph T. Rogers has 1 vote. Lahoma Schultz has 2 votes. For Second Chief, Del Beaver has 30 votes. Sandra Golden has 21 votes. For Creek District, Dodie Barnett has 29 votes, and Joseph Hicks has 17 votes. Lenny McNack has 4 votes. For McIntosh District, Judith Pickering got 22 votes, and Daryl Proctor got 29 votes. For I already read that. Sorry, guys. For Okmulgee District, James Jennings got 9 votes, William Lowe got 15 votes, and Robin Whitecloud got 26 votes. Okay, let's see what else we got. Sapulpa. Once again, thank you so much for sending these to me, Dodie. All right, let's take a look here. What do we got? Sapulpa results. Principal Chief Timothy Goodvoice got 28 votes. David Hill got 35 votes. Joseph T. Rogers got 2 votes, and Lahoma Schultz got 5 votes. I'm going to think that okay, Second Chief here. It looks like that says Del Beaver got 49 votes, and Sandra Golden got 20 votes. For Creek District, Dodie Barnett got 24 votes. Joseph Hicks got 11 votes, and Lenny McNack got 33 votes. For McIntosh District, Judith Pickering got 40 votes, while Daryl Proctor got 29 votes. And then we have Seat A, Okmulgee District. James Jennings got 20 votes, William Lowe got 17 votes, and Robin Whitecloud got 32 votes. I think that covers that. All right, cool. Let's go back and check the Facebook and see if anything else has been posted there since the last time. No. All right. So let me go back to the meeting and see. Braden, do you have any more updates beyond what we've just covered?
No, Jerrad, there are no There are no further updates at this time. Obviously, we just went over the absentee ballot results. Also, obviously, we went over a couple of the districts that we have the pictures of the receipts that have been posted on those community doors, the front doors, or the windows. But yeah, at this time, all we have are the absentee results, and we're still waiting for the overall results or the overall unofficial results from the 2023 Mvskoke primaries.
Okay, thank you so much, Braden, and holler at me when we have some more info. I'm gonna take his mic off. I've had some stuff come in on my phone. I'm gonna cross-check it real quick with my email to see if it's stuff that we've already read. We did Holdenville. Let's try Eufaula. We haven't done Eufaula. Okay, I'm going to read Eufaula's to you guys. Let's see here. Well, how do I do this? Just bear with me, guys. I'm going to start at the top and we'll work our way down. Okay, so this is Eufaula. This is the information from those images we were just talking about. We've received images from the Eufaula printouts. Let me get back here and see what you guys are doing in the chat. Okay, Principal Chief there. Timothy Goodvoice got 13 votes. David Hill got 24 votes. Joseph Rogers got no votes, and Lahoma Schultz got 14 votes. In the second chief race, Del Beaver got 24 votes, and Sandra Golden got 27 votes. These are Eufaula results now, guys, from the door. For Creek District, Dodie Barnett got 23 votes, Joseph Hicks got 25 votes, and Lenny McNack got 3 votes. Let's go here and say, is that it? That's not it. Where's the rest of it? Okay, let's try here. For McIntosh District, Judith Pickering got 10 votes. Darrell Proctor got 41 votes. In Okmulgee District, James Jennings got 4 votes, and William Lowe got 42 votes, while Robin Whitecloud got 5 votes. Now those are results from Eufaula. Let's go down here because I've also got Hannah, it looks like. Let me see if I can read these. That one looks okay. Okay, so here are results from the door in Hannah. So we have Principal Chief. Timothy Goodvoice got 2 votes. David Hill got 6 votes. Joseph Rogers got 1 vote. And Lahoma Schultz got 6 votes. Second Chief, Del Beaver got 9 votes. And Sandra Golden got 6 votes. And then Creek District, it looks like Dodie Barnett got 1 vote. Joseph Hicks got 13 votes. And Lenny McNack got 1 vote. Let's see here. I'm going to try to find the... Here we go. For McIntosh District, Judith Pickering got 8 votes. Darrell Proctor got 7 votes. Okmulgee District, James Jennings got 5 votes. William Lowe got 5 votes. And Robin Whitecloud got 5 votes. So I got 5 all the way across. So that was the results for Hannah. Okay, guys, let's check and see if we've got any results here. All right. So Braden is going to keep an eye out from the election board to see if we can get an update when the next results are going to be posted to their page. We've gone through all of the stuff that I'm getting on my phone and that Dodie's sending us from out there. From the receipts that are posted on the polling places. Let's go back to our documentary and we'll watch some more of that while we wait for some more results to come in. And by the way, guys, I just want to let you know, thanks for tuning in tonight. It's great that there are so many citizens that are going to tune into a program like this to get the election results. If you're watching this on your computer and you don't know about this, you can hop into the chat. Let's see, it's over here. And you can talk to everybody that's here about whatever you want to talk to them about. You can ask me a question. You can ask a question of the election board for us to ask. Braden Harper is over at the Dome with the election board. He'll go and ask them whatever you guys want. So let's try to have some fun tonight. With that being said, let's go back to the documentary.
Up by daylight and looked out and I couldn't see anything, just dust. And the explosions were going off all around us. We were in an artillery barrage. I guess maybe that was the first time I really prayed.
Finally, a word got out. This boy said, this is a group that's going to make an invasion. The next day, well, sure enough, Eisenhower came and he talked. He said, I feel honored that you would pick to make this invasion. And then people were, they were volunteering more than any other race. There was no animosity toward the service, they were really volunteering. And you grew up fast in the service. I will tell you, that military life is rough. In the 30s, I was going to school at Kellerville. And so we had ball team, you know, and then during the summer we had a independent team, so we played ball all the way around.
Of course, when we had depression, we weren't starving because we had everything we needed on the farm, with the exception money. Money we didn't have, but growing everything that we needed, we was well, you know, provided.
I took agriculture when I was up there at Chilocco, and for about a year or two I was the president of the Future Farmers of America there at the Chilocco Indian School, and then I played, I was in the band while I was there too. I learned to play the saxophone.
Well, I was still in high school. I graduated in '41 from high school, and we just were not aware of that. We were more interested in whether Preston was going to beat Schulter in a ball game.
There was nothing else to really do in those days, except, they had church meetings. Oh my God, they really did have church meetings. I mean, people really went to church.
An Indian man that had little money, and he'd have ball teams in the summer, you know. Down to church, down to Big Mvskoke, and we'd go off every week. We'd go off somewhere and play these other churches, you know.
And then Sunday morning, people, they have cars. They used to ride horses mostly, and you could hear people walking, coming down the road. They would be singing, and at the school they would have a place there for them to have church.
Then we had our little hometown. They had entertainments, and through the week, on every Saturday night, we had what we call street dance, and that's where I learned how to dance, and I enjoyed it.
I formed a little dance band while I was there too. I had one drummer and one flute, guitar player. I had a guitar player, and then a bass fiddle player, and myself. There were just 5 of us, and we just get together on the weekends or somewhere we could get away from everybody, where we wouldn't bother anybody. We played to our heart's content. We didn't use no music, we just played by ear.
At the age of about between 14 and 15, I learned to barber. So I started doing that. I charged students 10 cents a haircut.
There's another Indian guy around here had money, and he had a basketball team, and we played basketball all winter. We had pretty good success too. We had good teams.
Every church brought their own set of tents, and they could cover this area here all over. Just nothing but tents to come into the church convention and association. Those two were the biggest meetings, and they went for, I guess, a whole week. They'd come in first of the week and stayed clear through Sunday, and they really, well, same way the other way too. Storm dances. They had storm dances between the church and the stomp. You didn't have too much to do. In those days, there wasn't no bus. On a rainy day, well, here come a kid down the road just a hollering, singing on, carrying on, and we'll be pouring down and raining, and we go to the school, and we have muddy shoes. Our clothes just be wet. We'd be sitting in the desk.
I remember my mother was working, but we didn't get to eat till about 9 o'clock at night even. You know, bring home some bologna so we could eat, wake us up, eat supper.
A lot of us still burned kerosene lamps. That was the only lighting we had. A lot of us still got our water from water wells. We didn't have...
Okay, guys. T.Y. Pro's challenging us here. He wants us to go over the registered voters for each district and compare that to the votes cast for each district. So I'm going to try to do that. The first thing we need to do is we'll need to go to the election board's website on the Creek Nation, the election board's page on the Creek Nation website. So let's do that first. Election board. Let's go there. Okay. In fact, let me pop this up full screen. You guys can follow along what we're going to try to do here. While we're waiting on some results, it's always fun to do these little things. And T.Y. Parole, he has great, or he or she or whoever. What are your pronouns there, T.Y. Parole? So I don't want to step on any toes, but let's see, where did I find? Here we go. Registered totals for each district. So we got them right here. We got them. And then he wants us to compare the totals of registered voters for each district with the numbers that we get. And I'm assuming that you are wanting the, hold on a second. You are wanting the totals that we have from those door receipts. Is that right? You can correct me if I'm wrong there, TY Pro, but let's try it. Let's see what we got. I'm going to go back to the top of my list here, what I have. Like Bristow, for instance. Okay. Oh, man. This is going to be brutal, guys. But let me zoom in here a little bit. Let me make this as big as I can. So we're looking at Bristow. Oh, why don't I see it? Did I not see? Oh, wait, I'm confused. I've got to figure out. Let me get my map up too, because I got to do both things. I got to pull up the polling places as well. Give me 1 second, guys. I thought it was going to be a 2-chart thing, but it looks like it's going to be a 3-chart thing. Where's my? Here we go. I need the map. Okay, so Bristow is in Creek County. Creek County, what else we got there in Bristow? Bristow and Sapulpa should add up to Creek County, right? That makes sense. Do I have Bristow and Sapulpa already? Let's look and see. I've got Bristow's. I don't have Sapulpa's there. Do I have it up here? I have Sapulpa's here. Okay, so let me look at this one. So Sapulpa's. Let me get out a pencil and a pen. We're going back to the Stone Age, guys. You guys having fun? Okay. So Sapulpa's information says, where is it? Total votes scanned. Total ballots cast 70 for Sapulpa. Okay. And then Bristow says total ballots cast, I think that says 79. So we got 149. So, and that is 4. So we look at the map. Creek County, you got Sapulpa. Let me bring this up for you guys. You got Sapulpa, you got Bristow. There are 2,222 registered voters in Creek County. 149 of them voted based on the information that we have right now. That ain't too good. That's like a, I don't know, 5%. Okay, let's go. Let's go to the next one. What do we got? We want the map. Sorry, I'm getting lost. I've got probably 200,000 tabs open, you guys. The tab gods are angry. What do we got? We got Glenpool. I have Tulsa, but I think Tulsa is too blurry to read. Can I do a ballot count? It's in the 100s. It's a 3-digit. And Glenpool, I think I also got. Let me take a look and see. Glenpool. Eufaula, Hannah, Sapulpa. The veterans are reporting that the gates to get to the doors to take the pictures are locked, so that's a problem. We probably aren't going to be getting results from there off of the doors because you got to be able to pass the gates to get to take a picture of the doors. So that's not good. Let me turn myself up a little bit here. I don't what do I got? I have Holdenville. I don't think I've got enough of the polling places to do any of the other districts yet. T.Y. Prohl, I need for Tuckabutchee, I need Wetumpka and Dustin, I ain't got those. For McIntosh, I need Yardika and Shakota, I don't got those. I don't have Muskogee. I don't have Twin Hills. Twin Hills is one of the places that's being reported as the gates being locked, so we aren't going to get Twin Hills. Okmulgee, we've seen. And Dewar, I don't think that I have Dewar yet. I do not. So, as far as crunching the rest of those numbers, I don't have enough data to do that for you, T.Y. Prohl, yet. But the one that we were able to do doesn't look good. And I don't, and from these numbers that we're seeing, I don't see that pattern changing because if you look at this list here, let me bring it back up. If you look at this list here, you got 2,000 voters in Creek County, 2,000 in McIntosh, 1,000. We just aren't seeing high enough numbers across anything, except for maybe the absentee numbers that have already been posted on the election office's Facebook has more of these, so maybe that's gonna. Oh, we need to do the absentee. I forgot to do the absentee there. That's my bad. Let me go read those really quick because we did the in person. Let's take a look. Oh, I need to show you guys. I'm on the wrong computer. Give me a second. Let's look here. Yep, there. Absentee. Well, this is not telling me what district we have. Well, the in-person voting is lower because this isn't telling me that. It's just saying absentee votes. It's not saying what district the absentee voters are registered in, right? Because that's another important aspect of that. What is my email? You know what? How can I pop that up for you guys quickly? My email is, or I'll just put it in. I'll put it in the chat. I'm stupid. Hold on, you guys. Okay, I'm typing in something that's not a type box. At MvskokeMedia.com. Boink. I think that's right. Yes, you can reach me there. Erica Harjo, 100K citizens, and the number of voters we actually have is ridiculously shameful. It's absolutely true, and we need to change that. It needs to change. The pattern ain't changing. Early votes should already have been counted. I think that's what that's on those sheets that we are reading, those receipts. But as far as the election board posting them, yeah, you would think that they would. What happened to my election board Facebook thing? Did I go down the rabbit hole too far? Hold on, guys. I got to get back to 1. This can go away. You guys don't need that, nor that. Let me get... Oh, jeez. Sorry, guys. I have too many keyboards. Let me bring this back up. Let's see if we can get some results here. Okay. Whew. It's 8:22. You guys feeling it? I've got to get some more coffee going. We are waiting for some results. I am going to queue back up. Or do you guys want a new documentary, or do you want the World War II documentary? Which one do you want to have? I'm going to pop up the live feed of the election board that we have going at the Dome. I'm going to go grab a cup of coffee, give you guys a few minutes to make your minds up. You guys just post in here, what do you want to watch while we're waiting on these more results to come in? Do you want to watch like an art documentary? You want to watch like something about World War II we were watching? You want to finish that one? Just let me know. All right, guys, this is what I love to see. We got some audience participation going in addition to Doty. JR just sent me an email. Let's take a look at these results for Dewar. All right. So, let me pop them up for you guys. These are, again, as I've been explaining all night, the receipts that are posted on the door when they close the polling places. This is for a Dewar. Let me scroll around here. Okay, Principal Chief, we got Timothy Goodvoice with 28 votes, David Hill with 35 votes, Joseph T. Rogers with 2 votes, and Lahoma Schultz with 5 votes. For Second Chief, we got Del Beaver with 49 votes, Sandra Golden with 20 votes. For Creek District, we got Doty Barnett with 24 votes, Joseph Hicks with 11 votes, and Lenny McNack with 33 votes. For McIntosh District, we got Judith Pickering with 40 votes, Daryl Proctor with 29 votes. For National Council Seat A, Okmulgee District, James Jennings has 20 votes. Oh man, William Lowe has 17 votes, and Robin Whitecloud, that looks like a 32 to me. Did we get it? Did we cover McIntosh District? Yes. Okay, that's it. There we go. I want to say Mado to J.R. Wynn there for positing those images in my email so we could all take a look at them. Mvskoke language. I'm trying to think what I have on Mvskoke language that we could run here that isn't something that's like a language class. We have the language programs at large, or remote class they did during the pandemic on our channel. If you guys want to watch that, it'll take you through basic Creek or Mvskoke language. Let me see what I've got along those lines. J.R. Wynn says, hi from Macon and Mado to all that attended the gathering of the communities. So I don't know if you guys heard about all of that stuff, but I think Chief was down there, and it was a big to-do, very interesting thing. So Mado for tuning in, JR. We appreciate you doing that too. Where were we at, guys? We were... Let me check the Facebook real quick. I don't see anything. We're getting close to 8:30, so I'm going to have Braden go down and see if he can get an update. I'm just going to pick something from random to run because we have, whoops. Did I do it right? Hope I didn't mess something up. Okay, let's see. How about... Do you guys know anything about the Tunica people? Because you're about to. All right. That sounded kind of weird, but so this is something from our vault, and you guys enjoy.
Cherokee, North Carolina, October 4, 1968. Representatives of 4 American Indian tribes, meeting in the ancient Cherokee Appalachian homeland, became a people of one fire with the organization of the United Southeastern Tribes. That organization has grown to represent 15 tribes, one for each year it has been in existence. This is the story of USET, its beginnings, its goals, and its meaning to the people it represents.
Hi, I'm Rex Evans. I'm the Executive Director of the United South and Eastern Tribes, and I'd like to share in the next few minutes with you in stories and pictures and words just what is the United South and Eastern Tribes, its past, its present, and its future, and how great an impact it has had and will have on reservation life in the eastern United States.
We were in Washington for some reason. I did not know at a particular time. My brother and myself went there because we were called we should be there representing our people.
So the CAP directors originally got together and wanted to work together and see how they can promote the OEO program as well as how they could continue it and work in the political sector. But we found out right away that it would be a lot better if we could get the tribal chiefs to organize and work together as a group and work on common cause. And that's how we originally started. We started talking around 1966.
When we organized, we would get a strength and become a strong people that we could help each other. When there is only one, we don't seem to get anywhere with government people.
Of course, you know that the organization didn't formally, documented wasn't formally signed until October 1968, but during that 2-year time, we worked hard in trying to get organized and trying to find resources, how we could operate, and also get the tribal chiefs interested in organizing.
And I think it's not easy during that time because none of us have much money to travel, particularly Seminole tribes and do not have any funds. We don't have, Mvskokes do not have any funds. Choctaw people don't have any funds. I don't believe Cherokees but off either. So we have a hard time to travel back and forth, trying to organize ourselves. But for some reason, we have feelings we need to be together.
After we ask our own people and have a meeting with our tribe, and they agree, we decided we'll start. So we become organized. The four, we call ourselves the Big Four when we first started it. There was Choctaw, Seminoles, and Mvskoke and Cherokee. And it was on cool October night during a festival when we passed a peace pipe among each other. Through then, and some of the other guys had brought it in, and so that's why it passed among the four.
Walter Jackson was the chief of the Cherokees. Emmett York was the chairman of the Mississippi Band, Choctaw Indians. Betty Mae Jumper was the chairperson of the Seminole tribe, and Buffalo Tiger was the Mvskoke chairman, which he still is today. But those were the original four signers, and we started off with only 4 tribes.
We have people that was really interesting in pushing us, and Savannah Bickwitz was one of them that really pushed.
He was the Cherokee Cap Director, assisted by Johnson Owl, Horace Grabb from Seminoles, Wanders John, also from Seminole, and myself worked to see that we did organize. And that's when, after many months of hard work and frustration and a lot of fun too in organizing, we finally got it set up.
500 years ago, eastern North America was composed of highly organized chiefdoms, with commerce from the Gulf of Mexico to and beyond the tribes of the St. Lawrence waterway. Too soon they would fall victim to conquest. At first, the European wanted treasure, then a little land, then all of the land. In 1763, he arranged for Indians to live west of the Appalachian Mountains. That arrangement didn't last a decade. By 1850, most of the eastern tribes had been forced beyond the Mississippi. Tribal remnants today are scattered and few. In South Florida, Mvskoke and Seminole. In the Great Smokies, the Cherokee. Northward, the Pequot, the Maliseet, Penobscot, Passamaquoddy, and Narragansett. In New York State, the St. Regis Mohawk and the Seneca. In Louisiana, Tunica, Biloxi, Coshada, Chitimacha. In Mississippi, the Choctaws. In Alabama, the Creeks. Together, the tribes of USET. At that very first meeting in Cherokee, USET delegates formulated objectives and published them in a Declaration of Unity. To promote Indian leadership in order to move toward the ultimate desirable goal of complete Indian involvement and increasing responsibility at all levels in Indian affairs. To lift the bitter yoke of poverty from our peoples through cooperative efforts. to promote better understanding between Indians and other Americans, to negotiate for more effective use of existing local, state, and federal resources, to provide a forum for exchange of ideas, to combine our four voices so our one strong voice can be heard clearly, to dedicate ourselves to improvement of health, to obtain for ourselves and our descendants the highest level of education.
Since the four tribes started, we've had several others that joined, and many of them are new tribes, and they're struggling now to develop some things that the tribe could benefit from. But we have tribes like the Seneca Nation, the St. Regis Mohawk. They've been in business a long time. The Old Town, Maine, Penobscot, Passamaquoddies, they've been going, in place a long time. But I think with the involvement in USET, they have also climbed up the ladder of progress. And I think that's what it was for in the first place, working together to make things better for people on the reservation.
The Seneca tribe was first approached by representatives from USET back in the late 60s, 1968 or 69, when a couple of representatives traveled to New York State to talk to us. At the time, I was on the tribal council. And the basic thrust at the time was to involve more tribes and going on a principle of greater strength in numbers.
Well, when I first came on board as tribal leader, we had some correspondence in the mail from, I think it was the Seneca Nation. And our first attempt was just kind of a visiting thing. They had a meeting in Florida and with the Seminole tribe down there. And we just kind of went to observe and see what was going on. And from that point on, the relationship grew, and now we feel that it's really a fantastic group of people. You got Indians from all of the East, and we have the participants are progressive and some who aren't. It doesn't make any difference. At least we have a group that can agree in principle, and even if we don't agree, we agree to disagree and leave things lay so it doesn't hurt anyone. It don't hurt one another.
Right now, I'm not even too familiar with this. I'm just learning as I go along. So, say before I had this job, I was a regular basket maker for about 30 some odd years. And from a basket maker to Indian politics, well, it's quite obvious to me to be a chairman, which, like I say, I'm learning as I go along. And everything what I pick up right now, it seems to be new to me.
One thing particular I like about USET, like coming here now, is that you can join the different tribal members here, or tribal leaders, and exchange ideas on what's happening at the home front. Could be Indian Health Service, could be economic development. It seems like all the different leaders are here, and you have the opportunity to exchange.
We try to work together, and then we go see the right people. We go to our congressional representative and see to get their support. And you have to continuously work to develop those contacts and maintain those contacts and come up with good plans. You just don't go up there with an idea without any research or a plan to go with it. If you got something that you can sell, then chances are good that you're going to get support.
It's a pleasure to have in the audience the Honorable United States Senator John Stennis. If you will stand, take a bow. Thank you for being here, Senator. Thank you.
Every single reservation in America should qualify for the compensatory type tax efforts and incentives that would allow for men and women to start a small business on a reservation, and that the reservations enterprise zone would require that a large percentage, the majority percentage of those jobs should not go outside the reservation, but should go to those young men and those young women who qualify by being members of that family or that nation or that reservation. Secondly, I mentioned access to capital. We know from histories, we know from our own country's development, we know from the Industrial Revolution, the only real and lasting way to increase the prosperity of a nation is to increase the amount of capital invested per worker, per capita. The more investment per capita, the higher the output. The higher the output, the greater the wage. The greater the wage, the greater the opportunity for that family to stick together, for that man or that woman to have an opportunity to feed their children, to give them the sense of destiny or hope that goes along with being an American, or should go along with being an American. And the fact that we haven't done it is not a symptom of our failure. It is a symptom of the neglect that has happened, and it cannot continue. And I'm convinced that one thing that we ought to do to amend that bill, Lionel, and I'd like maybe it to be discussed later, and I would be happy to work with you and your tribal leaders on this. I would suggest that one thing that maybe can even be developed in the tax conference. Why not allow, in order for a small business man or woman, minority entrepreneur, for instance, on an Indian reservation, in order to raise capital for that business idea that first formulates in one's mind, why not allow for the debenture or the stock that is sold to finance that company to be written off at least by 50% by an individual who would have the opportunity to buy that stock or buy that debenture in that small business, and allow him or her to write off 50% against his or her taxes.
Your assistance in trying to identify those programs that are absolutely needed and funding levels that are absolutely necessary will be very helpful to those of us on the Appropriations Committee who have to make these decisions. We're not going to be able to fund every program at the maximum level that is being requested. There's just not going to be that much money available to go around, or if we do, we're going to pay the price later on in a stagnant economy, and one where we run the risk of serious economic crisis. So I'm hoping that we can work together and try to make those decisions correctly and identify those programs that are important and need the funding. Well, let me thank you again for inviting me to be with you today. I congratulate you on convening this conference and looking for ways to improve economic opportunity and well-being of those you represent. I hope you have a very successful conference and enjoy your visit here in Mississippi's capital city. Thank you for inviting me.
Thank you, Heavenly Father, for our tribes, for our leaders, for the many years of hard work.
Presently, USET is a very strong political force in Indian world. It has had the opportunity to impact a lot of issues that affect the daily lives of people on the reservation. I feel very proud to be a small part of that. I think the leadership we have and the efforts that they make to impact Congress and the administration has borne fruit in the fact that in many instances we were able to change laws and regulations that had an adverse impact on the reservation and the lifestyles of Indian people on the reservation. And I think the strength and unity shown by the United South and Eastern Tribes, the Intertribal Council, will grow and become stronger as we get more involved, actively involved in the greater society and the political system of this United States. I know many of you are unaware that there are reservations in the eastern United States, and I'd like to invite you to, as you travel around the East, to spend some time on the reservations. I think you'll find the people open and friendly and willing to share their history and culture and their day-to-day activities with you.
tonight I will introduce to you some of the leaders from these tribes. From the St. Regis Mohawks up in New York State, Chief of St. Regis Mohawks, Leonard Jerome. From the Seneca Nation, President Lionel John. At Moore, Alabama, the Porch Band of Creeks, Chairman Eddie Tullis. Thank you very much.
Good to see you, gentlemen and ladies. It's so cold today. I remember in July this year, it was so hot. We went through some peace ceremony. It was so hot at the time, but it's freezing cold now. But I'm glad your friends come from Dade County and other areas getting together today and see a Mvskoke Museum in Everglades open today. Indian people are really close nature people. So that's what we're going to show you here in the museum after our speech finished. But the reason we had a museum, we thought our young people, even though Mvskoke youngsters don't know too much about how beautiful nature is. So we wanted to have a museum so they can come and study and learn a little more. So sure, we like to share this idea with you. I don't care you're Spanish or Germany or whoever. You just come back and then walk through a museum and learn something how we really feel about nature.
And at this time, we are going to get ready to cut the ribbon.
She created the design herself. It took her approximately 6 weeks to complete. The eagle feather in the crown is a gift from Ananias Coding.
With election, I had to eat one.
cultural heritage of the United South and Eastern Tribes is a rich treasure, which they share with others in museums, heritage centers, and powwows. Not all activities are deeply rooted in Indian culture, but they are popular with the public, and they generate income vital to the reservation life. The Indian reservations of the South and the East are picturesque places, and visitors are welcome. But for some reason, most Americans don't know where they're located. USET has plans to change all of this.
One of the things we're very proud of is the fact that the Eastern Tribes have decided to use off-reservation developments to return resources back to the reservation, and in doing so have developed a very unique program in Nashville, Tennessee, which is the headquarters of the United South and Eastern Tribes, and that is the Calumet Center. What you're going to see in the next minute or two is the news clip from when we had our ground blessing back in November of 1983, and in the future you'll be very impressed with what the tribes have done and how this is going to impact reservation life by providing those resources back to the reservation from off-reservation, private sector developed projects.
Finally tonight, the Indians reclaimed some Middle Tennessee land today to break ground for what may become a major tourist attraction east of Nashville. Cherokee medicine man Iron Eyes Cody blessed the ground that will be used for an Indian cultural center as the chiefs of 12 tribes looked on. The $5 million project will be built by the United South and Eastern Tribes, which are headquartered here in Nashville.
The reason that Nashville was picked for this center is because it's in a centralized location for the 12 South and Eastern Tribes. And they say this spot on Percy Priest Lake is ideal since it's wooded and will add a sense of authenticity to the Indian villages to be built here.
We don't want it to be a curiosity piece. We want it to be something that's really nice, that really shows how people, the Indian people lived years ago, and it's not going to be something that we're looking for in terms of commercialism. We want it to be more a museum, where when you walk out through there, you feel like you were actually there.
The 10-acre center will be home base for the 12 tribes. Indian leaders say this center is an important statement of unity between the various tribes and will help keep alive their culture and heritage. The complex should be complete sometime in 1985. Jessica Etz, Channel 2 News.
Cherokee, North Carolina to Nashville, Tennessee. 15 years of growth for the United South and Eastern Tribes. Ever changing, ever growing, ever looking to the future.
We need to be a constant changing organization to fit the need of its membership. That need today is a need for resource sharing, information sharing, and we have not forgotten the founding principles of the organization. That's strength and unity, and I think that those principles are as good today as they were back in 1968 when those far-sighted tribal leaders started the organization.
I hope I'll be here the next 15 years. Well, I'm sure that progress will, once the wheel is rolling, a snowball, so to speak, and, you know, it should pick up and even get better and bigger.
So last year we had 60 artists within the art market, and this year we were able to increase it to 83. So we had a big jump. We worked with River Spirit. We were able to expand and add booth space. So we were able to fill most of the booth spaces. Of course, like some people last minute, they were ill, couldn't come. So, but we still had a good showing of 83 booths. We had everything from paintings to pottery, sculpture, jewelry, silverwork, beadwork, quill work, textiles. So we had a little bit of everything and more. I mean, we got some stuff that was less higher end, but then others that were higher end. So it was a great show. We had at least 20 come from out of state, and I think over like 15 or 20 different tribal nations represented. We treat our artists like our hospitality is. I mean, we're bar none. I think we have some of the best staff and committee members. So I think word of mouth artists, spread that around to other artists to let them know, this is, I forgot what someone called it, the posh market, because it's in the hotel. So we have that aspect, just word of mouth from artists, and then the artists tell their collectors. So we even had collectors from Santa Fe come. I know last year there was a couple artists that didn't attend because they were, I guess, first year markets, you're never sure how they're going to go, so they wanted to wait and see how it goes, or how it went, and then at the end of our market, they're like, oh man, I wish we would have entered. And so this year we were able to get those that wish they entered last year. And so that aspect, just word of mouth, just knowing how we are to our artists, and then also River Spirit staff. I mean, they're great. So we do a lot of things that maybe other art markets don't do. And it might just be because, we're not over 100 artists yet. So hopefully we will be someday. And then this year we added presentations, so we wanted to improve the overall experience. So we had my coworker John, he did foot napping demonstrations, and he always draws a crowd wherever he goes. And then just added different presentations over Mvskoke history, the indigenous artists, and then also some images that were took at Omogi mounds and removing any non-native influences from those mounds. So it was just an overall experience. So we don't want to take away from the art market and the artists, but we want to supplement that with other programming. So when people come for the art market, they can say, oh, let's go to this presentation as well. So we want people to know about the Mvskoke people. I mean, we're in Tulsa. We founded Tulsa with the Council Oak, so we really want people to know who we are. We were definitely more prepared, especially with load-in was crazy because everyone tries to get there at the same time, even though their spots are reserved, which we understand, but we felt more prepared. This last year at our reception, we probably had a third of what we had this year, so our reception grew 3 times as much. But I mean, we handled it. I mean, we got compliments from artists that said, even though there was a long line, like we handled it professionally. River Spirit staff stepped in, added chairs. I mean, we were all moving chairs and tables just so that everyone could fit in there. But that part we weren't prepared for because we didn't expect to see that many people at the reception. But I mean, we pulled it off. And then we had them all on display in a room. They could see those that won and the competition pieces that were entered. So lots of people that came from Mvskoke Creek Nation. So I'm thankful for them for supporting our artists and the Mvskoke art market. And there are collectors from Santa Fe, and there are people that are part of the Philbrook or Gilchrist Museum that attended, and then also just lovers of Native American art. So it was just a wide array of people that attended. We even had Jim Pepper Henry, who is the executive director of First American Museum. He stopped in and shopped too. So it was good seeing a lot of people there. I know some of the artists said that they saw people there that were from galleries, and so it was great to network with them. So we do this breakfast Sunday morning. We did it last year with all of our Mvskoke artists, and this year, and probably just hearing their feedback and how they're excited that the nation finally has an art market for them, for the fine arts. And you can tell that they have a sense of pride about, this is our art market, this is our Mvskoke reservation, this is our hotel, this is our facility, and you can see that they have that sense of pride with the other Native artists, and that makes, that's an honor for us to be able to put this on for them. So I think just visiting with them throughout the market, and and watching them. It's like a big homecoming or reunion. It's a really relaxed environment, even though, you know, when you think about fine art, you might think, you know, maybe, you know, you can't, you need to be cautious of like how you act around the, I guess, how you act around the art. You just know how museums are. They're not relaxed. But this is just a really relaxed atmosphere. It's kind of like a homecoming or reunion because all the other Mvskoke people are coming there too and seeing their artists. I mean, we have some that come from Arizona and New Mexico, Tennessee, so it's good to have everyone in a room. So just seeing everyone feel like they're at home, I think that's an accomplishment. So last year, Jesse Robbins, he's a Mvskoke Creek, he does silver work. He's from Arizona, and last year was his first time in Tulsa, and so he came back this year, and he said it was just good to be around the people. He had a buyer from Tulsa buy a piece last year, and that individual came back this year, so he was able, he thinks this guy's going to start being a collector, so every year we're hoping that he comes back and just be able to have him have that connection to Tulsa, and that's what we want the artists to have as when they come back home. We're already trying to think of things that we can add to this year or for next year. This year also in the evening we added a comedy show that Saturday night, and we had them, you know, we're like, let's set out 100 chairs, you know, hopefully, you know, 80 or 75 people show up. And well, we had probably about at least 150 people, because each time I turned around there were more people coming in. So it was great to add, you know, that aspect where people could just relax and laugh, because I mean, as Native people, laughter is medicine. So I feel like it was just a really good time to see those people relax. Like, I thought, you know, the artists would probably want to visit with family or friends and wouldn't attend, but we had a lot of them there, and they enjoyed that evening just to cut back with everybody. So we'll probably add more things like that come next year. It's like festival without the heat, just that feeling that, you know, just that reunion feeling. It's carried over to the art market. I think we were nervous heading to the second one because the first year went so well. Like, how will we top that? I hope people still show up. But I think we all just felt accomplished that we were able to carry out the goals that we set for the art market. Of course, there's always things to improve on, and so we definitely had a sense of accomplishment. And to know that our artists were happy, and to have those out-of-state artists, you know, appreciate our hospitality. I just felt really at peace and, you know, honored to even put this art market on for them. I just wanted to add that, you know, even though we had our Mvskoke Art Market Committee, we also took, other employees volunteered, different programs. They also assisted us in, you know, pamphlets, programs. So it really is just a tribal event. So.
This program has been made possible in part with financial assistance from the State Arts Council of Oklahoma and by a grant from the Oklahoma Foundation for the Humanities. For further information on this and other humanities programs, contact the Oklahoma Foundation for the Humanities, 2809 Northwest Expressway, Oklahoma City, 73112. Or telephone 405-840-1721.
Artist, sculptor, husband, father. Jerome Tiger was not one to conform to the expectations of others. Rather, he would set precedents for others to follow and admire. Perhaps Jerome's unique sense of style and color is what brought him to the forefront of the Indian art world.
Most Indians, you know, used bright, garish colors. That was the Indian way of doing art. And Jerome started this muted color, this soft shade, this delicate shade. And of course, everybody tried to copy him.
It was Independence Day, 1941. Fireworks lit up the sky, and excitement filled the air as John and Lucinda Tiger anxiously awaited the birth of their baby. 4 days later, on July 8th, Jerome Richard Tiger was born. Jerome spent the first 10 years of his life with his family on the campgrounds of the West Eufaula Indian Baptist Church. His mother and father had 5 children. The Tiger children were greatly influenced by their grandfather, Coleman Lewis. Coleman was a full-blood Creek Indian who was well known and respected among his people. At the age of 26, Coleman converted to Christianity and became a Baptist missionary to the Creeks. He and his wife Hetty were heavily involved at the West Eufaula Indian Baptist Church. Jerome's grandfather provided him with a wealth of knowledge, from which he gleaned many ideas for his artwork in the years to come. Jerome's interest in art was recognized while he was yet a boy. He would draw the subjects which surrounded him and often sketched on homework assignments, textbooks, and notebooks. Becoming the 46th state was drawn in colored pencil on craft paper, which he did in lieu of a final test in his Oklahoma history class. It depicted the marriage of a cowboy to an Indian maiden, representing the union of Oklahoma and Indian territories in 1907. During his high school years, Jerome continued to draw and sketch, but he became intolerant of school and decided the Navy would be an acceptable alternative. Dropping out of school, he enlisted at the age of 17 to serve his 2-year duty. Not long after returning from service, Jerome met and married Peggy Richmond.
I was 18 years old, and he was 19. He was the most exciting person that I have met to date. And so here was Jerome with all this charisma. He was good looking. He was fun to be with. He was steady. He was talented. He was kind. He was compassionate. He didn't have to put on a macho show because he was self-confident.
Peggy and Jerome Tiger lived what she calls a fairy tale existence. When Dana, their first child, was only 2, Jerome was given a scholarship by the Bureau of Indian Affairs to attend the Cooper School of Art in Cleveland, Ohio. While there, he had his first one-man show back in Mvskoke, Oklahoma. It was a sellout and would lead to numerous others. People expressed great interest in the paintings he did of his culture. He was often encouraged to develop his Indian art by a woman named Nettie Wheeler, who had complete confidence in the young Indian artist.
You see, he was an Indian artist and used Indian material from his own background. The Trail of Tears, for example, which is something that is still very much on the mind of his people today. It's a subject that's really fixed in time and place as a page of the history of the 5 civilized tribes. But he chose to render it as a universal and timeless statement. Much of what he did was really metaphors of the human condition. Sadness, sense of loss, alienation, despair, anxiety, and the public really reacted as I've never seen them react to any artist before. Because it's kind of rare to be able to put such feeling and such emotion and yet do it with such good taste and such purity. He was certainly a unique and remarkable artist, possibly the finest Oklahoma Indian artist that Oklahoma produced, for a number of reasons. First of all, technically speaking, he was a virtuoso, and no one has yet come close to his technical ability. So you have on the one hand his technical expertise, and then he had the spiritual content in his work, which was outstanding. He could handle the grandest themes with such good taste, restraint, and sincerity. So he could imbue his works with a great deal of very genuine feeling and emotion. And there isn't anyone else that came close to that.
Jerome Tiger took the passions of his people and translated them into remarkable pieces of art. Two of his most significant subjects were the traditional stomp dance and the stickball game. It was Jerome's grandfather, Coleman, who inspired his depictions of the stomp dance, for he was at one time a leader in the traditional Native American ceremony. The stomp dance is a part of the renewal ritual called the Green Corn Festival. It is a time to gather with many others from the tribe for both social and religious purposes.
There's something, you're not supposed to drink beer there, but we always had to sneak it in. But it was fun. I mean, we had good time, all the time, but we had fun too when they'd catch us with beer. They'd chase us. See, there's a bunch of them with flashlights. There's a fence there, barbed wire fence. Well, I was running like that, and I hit, next thing I knew, I was in the air, and I did a complete somersault and landed on my feet. I couldn't believe it, and I just kept going. Well, I had tore my pants up and everything. See, that was fun those days.
Jerome enjoyed life, and he painted with intensity, guided by his own demanding standards.
But somehow, when he painted, he just didn't allow mistakes. He would throw it aside and do another, because somehow, and of course each artist has their own individual way that they grow, and Jerome's way was just constantly sketching, but he had to have kind of a looseness and kind of a naturalness in it. He never overworked anything. Sometimes that's a problem with an artist. Well, Jerome definitely never overworked anything, but he always had to do it with ease.
One piece which expresses this ease and naturalness is Stomp Dance Leader in Action. It captures the essence of the moment. In Dances Around the Fire, Jerome accentuates the importance of the eternal flame in the Indians' religious experience. Jerome was able to accurately portray these rituals because of his own involvement with them.
He would go to stomp dances and stickball games. That was part of his culture and part of his life and very interesting to him, so he did do a lot of stickball. He liked athletics, and that was his Native American athletic event.
Originally, the stickball game was called by the Creeks the little brother to war. It was, in effect, kind of a sublimation for aggressive tendencies. And there were people, different clans, different towns would let out steam and compete with each other. And it had religious overtones also. In contemporary times, it was certainly a safety valve for all kinds of tensions and grudges. So you have that aspect, and he painted that aspect very well, showing the catharsis of violent action. But at the same time, he appreciated the beauty and the grace of the game. A well-known piece, the Mighty Stickball, for example. The stickball player soars like a ballet dancer. So there he emphasized the grace and beauty of the movement. But he also did many sketches and vignettes of home life. People around the camps, around the dances, putting on shoes, tending babies, cooking, gossiping, and they're done with supreme skill, and the affection and regard that he had for these customs and for his people is self-evident. They're really very warm-hearted and lovely things.
Though Jerome's heritage was Creek Seminole, his artwork encompassed all Native Americans, especially highlighting the 5 civilized tribes: Cherokee, Creek, Choctaw, Chickasaw, and Seminole. The many stories he had heard about his ancestors influenced the subjects of his paintings.
You see all the snow coming down, and you'd think, I wonder how he does that. And he told us that he took his paintbrush and just flecked it, and those little drops would drop around and look just like snow. And it looked like it was coming down. When you'd see it, you could almost see it move. And you could see the wind blowing everybody around. People were so amazed at the action in the picture. It was beautifully done.
He worked furiously at top speed, and yet there was no way that you could tell that by looking at his work. So meticulous, so precise, as if he pored forever over it. Also, although he was very economical in how he portrayed things, not putting in details that were unnecessary to carry out the message or the feeling, the mood. Where he thought detail was appropriate, the detail was amazing.
Though Jerome was versatile in his art forms and tools, he always went back to using tempera paint. His Seminole paintings were done in this medium.
I love observing the enemy. I think that's particularly a beautiful piece because it's so peaceful. I mean, a man standing there and you see every vein in his hand and he's just pulling the reeds gently aside. And it's just like before something happens and you don't know what's going to happen, but he does look like he's so at peace with himself. And then I think it's just a marvelous, the intricacies of the headdress on that man. I mean, the legs are a mere suggestion on that piece. You know, he's not going to have you look at the legs. He's going to have you focus right in here. And so I love that piece. That's one of my favorites, but I have others.
Besides being a gifted artist, Jerome Tiger was a devoted father and husband.
He was able to spend so much more time with his children being an artist home than most fathers or most men would at that time. And he didn't mind doing that. He was perfectly happy to be the one seated at the table with a child on his knee and a messy little hand in his plate. He would want me to stay up as late as I could when he painted. And so he'd say, well, stay up and talk to me while I paint. And now, he didn't require much sleep. I think he slept less than maybe any human that I've ever known.
And I'd crawl all over him while he was painting. And I'd throw things through the air, and I'd splotch paint all over his paintings. And he could make paintings look like whatever happened was meant to be there. So anything that he started painting, he would, it would, as a finished product, be perfect no matter what went on. He was a great father because he and my mom got along so well, and he liked to entertain her, and she liked to be entertained, so they had a wonderful life because a lot of the things that he lived for was so that they could have a good time together and everything would be fun.
We weren't used to all the excitement and the great big nice museums like Philbrook and Gilcrease and the one-man shows in such places. And so we were like kids, just like being allowed to dress up and stay up and go to someone else's party. And so we had fun. While he would sometimes paint day and night for 3 days, to him it was not work, and he considered himself the most fortunate human being to, as he would say, not have to work and be able to make a living.
Jerome dedicated his time, talent, and his energy to live life to its fullest, doing what he loved to do. His artwork traveled nationwide. He held one-man shows in Arkansas, North Carolina, and throughout Oklahoma. Exhibitions which included his work could be found in Washington, D.C., New Mexico, Wyoming, New York, Illinois, and California. Awards and honors had his name inscribed, and Jerome's popularity spread at an amazing speed. Then, on August 13, 1967, at age 26, it all came to an end. It was a night like any other night, as Jerome's brother Johnny described it. Jerome walked into the familiar pool hall in Eufaula after dropping daughter Lisa off at his parents'. Jerome and his buddies played some pool, drank a little, and then drove to the lake to join a party. Jerome shot beer cans with his gun while others stood and watched. Everyone had a good time. Jerome left the party that night with Johnny and a few friends. They drove home in a friend's car. As the car pulled to a stop, Jerome put one foot out and scooted to the door.
Something hit me on the shoulder. I thought it was him tapping on me. It was his head. His head banging. But I thought I heard, it wasn't a loud noise. I just heard something go, thump, thump. And so I said, all right, let's go then, let's go. Well, I'm ready. That was when it happened, he was getting out, I think, and just when he's scooting, because one foot was out the door, and his arm had laid down between his leg, and his head fell this way. So that's how it happened.
Daddy had Lisa with him that night. He took that he died. He told Mom that he'd be back by morning, and he took Lisa with him to visit his parents. That were in Eufaula. So she was in Eufaula the night he was killed, and I was with Mom, and Chris was with Mom, of course, because he's just 2 weeks.
The night that he died, he took me down to the camp house where I was staying with my grandma. And my grandma tells me that about the time that he died, I was real close to him all the time, but about the time that he died, I jumped up out of bed and started screaming, "Daddy, Daddy, Daddy," and ran to the door and was trying to get out. And that was about the same time that he passed away.
He seemed so invincible. You never would think that something like that could happen. I wouldn't have then. Now I know just anything can happen.
Jerome's tragic and untimely accidental death left a 24-year-old Peggy to raise a young family of 3. Dana was 5, Lisa 2, and Chris only 2 weeks old.
Jerome had a vision like he was going to go 2 weeks before he died. And I said, don't talk like that. And I told him not to talk like that. But I don't know, he had a vision like that. We were sitting at his house. He said, take care of the kids. When he died, he was doing a lot of spiritual things. But I noticed it myself. I said, why are you doing, why are you painting that spirit stuff, He didn't have no explanation. He said, he just thought well, that's what they always, focused on, the old ones, a long time ago.
War to peace, death to life is one of those really ambitious spiritual subjects that most artists would not dare to tackle because you can't get away with it. But he did. He could handle the most sublime, the most spiritual, the deepest philosophic concept having to do with man's place in the universe, and do it with such purity, such restraint, that it would touch the heart. And of course, we all yearn for peace. And here's this magnificent composition, this concept of somehow, after all the killing and all the strife, with his hopeful note that eventually man will reach out to God and accept the gift of peace. One of my favorites is something called The Travelers, for example. 3 Indians, horsemen, coming from nowhere, going nowhere, in an alien, empty landscape. That's absolutely a metaphor, because traveling, ever since the year 1, has really meant traveling to journey through life. One of his greatest burial scenes is very sketchy, which is very typical. Short on the details, because they're not important. He's trying to convey the sense of loss, the sadness, the loneliness. You're looking into the future, a veil, smoky, misty. It is fully and completely emotion. And it's an art that transcends the narrow definition of Indian art. It is great art.
Jerome often left detail out in order to focus attention on what he thought was important. Many of his pieces were exquisitely complex and diverse, both qualities found within Jerome's own personality.
When they put together in 1967 the Four Moons Ballet with the 4 prima ballerinas from Oklahoma and Ballard, the Native American composer, and all this was put together, brought together. Then they asked Jerome to do the cover. And they said, please come to the rehearsal so that you can see the ballerinas. And he said, I don't need to see the ballerinas. I have to do this myself. Well, he did it, and it's just an absolutely magnificent painting. And the ballerinas liked it so well that that was the pose they were in when they began the ballet, Jerome's pose.
Although Jerome handled a certain number of subjects many times, such as variations on the theme of Trail of Tears and mothers and children and stickball scenes, he didn't follow any set formula. He didn't copy himself. It was always a new interpretation, always compositionally different, and often a different mood, a different aspect. Sometimes death would be kind of an apotheosis. Sometimes it might even be with a hopeful note, there is no death, or a last journey could actually be going to a better world. So he was very many-sided and genuine, and every painting was something new. It was an original creation. He was not a formula painter.
At one point in his life, Jerome tried a new medium, clay. He tried many times to produce a sculpture he liked, but to no avail. These earlier pieces turned into target practice when Jerome's frustration got the best of him. He figured since they weren't to his liking, they could at least be used for something. A few of his small sculptures remain, now owned by private collectors. However, his most acclaimed piece is of the stickball player. It has been bronzed and is a prominent figure at the 5 Civilized Tribes Museum in Mvskoke, Oklahoma.
He was killed before he got the hands finished, or the stickballs in it. But it was used anyhow here without it to show, and people came from all over, every place. That was one of the drawing cards of this museum, was that stickball player.
Peggy Tiger recognized the genius in her late husband's works. She knew he had a message to share with all the world. She could not be satisfied leaving that message untold. Determined to make Jerome's legacy carry on, Peggy and her cousin Molly established a company run by M.A. Babcock, a fictitious man sitting at the helm of the company. Peggy would then call the dealers, pretending to be a secretary, and Molly would be the saleswoman. Peggy and Molly were successful in their goal. Their dedication to such an endeavor has kept Jerome's artwork even to this day at the forefront of Indian art. The Tiger family continues to capture the same feelings, emotions, and struggles of the Native American people as their patriarch did in the beginning. Jerome's brother Johnny paints in the Native American tradition, fulfilling the promise he made to his brother. He is a pillar of strength for Peggy and the Tiger children, encouraging them in all their skills and endeavors.
We got really close to my uncle, Johnny Tiger. He helped me to get started in the matting and framing, and he's always wanting me to paint. He says that my name's Lisa Luella, and he calls me Luella the Gorilla. And he says Gorilla could paint if she wanted to, but he's always joking around. But he tries to encourage me to paint, but he got me started in the matting and framing. And when it was real difficult to get the lines straight and to do everything right, he'd always say, "You can do it, I know you can." And he's always been that way, real supportive towards me.
My uncle Johnny Tiger was a big factor for us painting at all. It was because of him, because he kind of forced us to get into a room and start painting so we could go enter art shows. I think in the back of my mind, the reason I wouldn't paint is because I knew that Jerome Tiger was the greatest artist that ever lived, which he is. He was a genius, and he had created so many new styles and innovations that no one had ever seen. And so I'm very glad to be his daughter. It's a positive thing for me.
First she imitated her uncle, she imitated her father, but then gradually she knew that their style wasn't her style, and so she started painting women, which is really a very strange thing to do in Mvskoke, Oklahoma, especially the kind of strong, outgoing, forceful women that mean so much to Dana and are such an inspiration to her. But it really worked. You know, she saw it all over the United States and just has a marvelous career, her own style, and is doing something that she feels real good about.
People say that sometimes they can tell that he's my father, and that makes me feel so good. There can be no better compliment than when they say that to me, that they can see my father's work in mine.
All three Tiger children were blessed with Jerome's artistic ability. Each of them carried out his legacy in their own creative way. Dana as a painter, Lisa as a framer, and Chris also as a painter. Like his father, however, Chris's career was short-lived. He passed away in 1990 at the young age of 22. Tragically, like his father, Chris was also the victim of a gunshot wound.
I had this just fear of losing somebody, and then my fear came to life when my brother was murdered. And so I realized then that it must have come from losing him at such a young age. Even though I don't remember it, it was still a part of me. My mom said that after my dad died, that I'd hear a car drive by and that I'd be playing and I'd jump up and run to the door and yelling for Daddy and be so happy, open the door and he wouldn't be there, and then I'd just get sad and go start playing by myself. But I never really was. She said I was always happy playing in my crib by myself. I didn't like anybody to bother me, but my dad.
It is mere speculation to ponder what Jerome Tiger would be doing were he still alive today. Yet those closest to him can perhaps give some indication.
I'd just like to see if he's still living, that what his capabilities would be now, like in sculpture. And maybe he'd let off painting for a while, because that was an ease to him, and do something real extravagant in sculpture. That's what I think he would have done.
But I think he would have been doing grand sculptures, monumental sculptures. I think he would have branched off into murals. He would have gotten a lot of commissions for public buildings. He was just poised to get into that. You know, he had just started sculpting and did magnificent work in just a few sculptures. And they showed tremendous promise. So he was at the height of his career, the peak of his powers.
Although his life was brief, Jerome's contribution to the arts and to all people is timeless. Jerome Tiger, the man, and his legacy.
Okay guys, I got some more results that have come in. Again, these are photos that veterans or citizens are sending me to my phone of the receipts that are printed out from the voting machines at these locations. The first one is going to be, I think, Willika. Let me take a look here and zoom in. I hope I can read these. Sometimes they're too blurry. This is from Wetumpka. So from Wetumpka we have, it looks like Tim Goodvoice with 19, David Hill with 21, Joseph T. Rogers with 0, and Lahoma A. Schultz with, I think that's a 2. Second Chief, Del Beaver has 29 votes, Sandra Golden has 13 votes. Creek District, Dodie Barnett has 11 votes, Joseph Hicks has 14 votes, and Lenny McNack has, looks like, 16 votes. McIntosh District, Judith Pickering has 19 votes, while David Proctor has 22 votes. National Council CA, Okmulgee District, James Jennings, oh, I really can't see what that is. It's a single digit. It looks like maybe an 8. William Lowe has, looks like 15. Robin Whitecloud has, I think that's a 19. Okay. Let me see which one this one is. This is a little more clear. I think this is Waletka. Principal Chief race there. Tim Goodvoice has 13. David Hill has 13. Joseph T. Rogers has none. Lahoma Schultz has, I think that's a 3. Second Chief, Del Beaver, 18 votes. Sandra Golden, looks like a 13. Creek District, Dodie Barnett has 11. Joseph Hicks has 11. Lenny McNack has a 5. I think that's a 5. McIntosh District, Judith Pickering has, I can't tell what that is, maybe an 8. Daryl Proctor has 23. Okmulgee District, James Jennings 7, William Lowe 15, and Robin Whitecloud 9. Again, guys, what I was just reading there is some photos that people have sent me of when they close a polling place. The machine prints out a receipt of the vote count and they tape it up on the window of the front door, and and citizens are going by and taking a picture of those and sending them to me. So that's what I'm reading them. It's totally unofficial, but while we're waiting on other results to come in, anything will work. So I'm going to wait for some more. I guess we're just going to keep doing what we're doing, waiting for more results. Let's take a look at the Dan Townsend shell carving video that we have, because that was requested earlier. If you guys have any requests for videos, you have any questions, post them in that chat. But we're going to keep cruising on until we get all the results.
When I was a kid, I used to dive for this one here. This is the queen conch. This shell comes from the Caribbean. It was the shell of the Florida Keys. In 1997, this animal went on the endangered species list. You can't take it out of the water anymore. It was overfished. And it's hard to believe, because I can dive and I can remember when the bottom was covered with these animals. And we used to get them to make conch fritters and chowder from. And this is the gold mother pearl. This is the gold mother pearl polished, and this is what it looks like in the rough. When all the bark's removed, you get down to the color. All your oysters, clams, and bivalves, the color is always on the back side of that shell. Even on abalone. Abalone has a rainbow of hues to it, but when you remove the red skin, or if it's a black abalone, the black skin off the back side, that's where all the color's always at. And this is the black mother pearl that's being cleaned here. This is the black abalone. I carve eagle feathers out of this. With the black and silver colors, they look just like a little eagle feather. This is the cameo shell. This is the shell that the Italians carved cameos from. This is an old vintage piece here. This was made during the Victorian era. That's Prince Albert on that. My kids found this at the dump years ago. Come to find out, this is worth $500, this piece right here. They found it? Yeah, they found it laying on the ground at the dump. This is a imperial conch. This comes from the Caribbean. The Taino, the Arawak, and the Carib people use this as a trumpet. This piece here is cut off, and a horn's made out of this. In some of the sites in Florida, this shell has been found. This is the horse conch. This is the Florida State shell right here. This animal was probably a couple hundred years old to get this size. The largest conch that I've ever carved was almost twice this size. And I made a trumpet out of it, and I carved the whole piece. But you also see the black coral. This black coral comes off the coast of Veracruz, and it's only found in real deep water, anywhere from 100 to 200 feet deep. You have, these are some of the freshwater mussels that we're using for class. These polish up real nice, and when you're first starting with shell carving, I would suggest that this is the shell that you first start out with. The freshwater mussels, they're real soft and they carve really nice. This is the quahog. This is what the wampum is made from. This is probably the hardest shell there is that I know of. And this is probably one of the most toxic shells. This is the shell you don't want to breathe any of it. You don't even want to get it in your eyes. You don't want to get the slur on your skin. It absorbs right into your skin. So you have to really be careful working this shell. And I think this is probably one of the most valued shells of the Americas, is this one right here. Where is it found? It's from Maine to Florida on the East Coast. The largest collection of wampum found in the world is at Harvard University. They accepted wampum from the native students to pay college tuition. This is the melon shell here. In Papua New Guinea, these shells get 5 times this size. And a lot of the tribal people will cut out this whole circle here and wear it on their chest as a breastplate. The gold mother pearl is also used by the people of Papua New Guinea. These are cut out into large crescent gorgets and worn as a breastplate. Now this is the spiny oyster. This is what it looks like in the rough, and here it is polished. This comes from the Pacific Northwest on down to the Pacific side of South America. This is what the Mayans use this. Today the Pueblos use this in inlay work and silver. The Aztec also used this shell. Now this is the shell of shells right here. This is the lightning whelk. This is the shell that was used among all southeastern tribes. It only comes from the Gulf of Mexico, and we're having a hard time finding this shell today. All the medicine cups, gorgets, ear pins, lip plugs, chisels, gouges, picks, hammers, ornaments, utensils, and tools, everything was made from this shell right here. Even harpoon heads, boat anchors, sea walls were built out of this shell right here. These were plugged into the side of a mud bank, and some of those sea walls are still there today, 1,000 years later. This is a medicine cup that I just finished out of the lightning whelk, and you can't hardly find a shell this size anymore. You're lucky if you do, but you see how I removed the inside of this. There was even gorgets made out of this whorl right here and worn. But this is a left-handed whelk. It turns counterclockwise, and I believe that's the reason it's so sacred, is because of it turning counterclockwise, the direction of dance, medicine, power. And the image that's carved on this piece is the snake, the bird, the head of the pelican, body of the snake. This same iconography can be found in Mexico and Mesoamerica as well, with the Aztec and the Maya. Well, you hold the shells like this. This is a left-handed whelk. It opens from the left-handed side. See, you're looking at it from this way. See this here? See how it opens from the left side? Now this is the Mvskoke Contrarium. There's another one that's called a Mvskoke Perseverium, and that's the shell that comes from the Atlantic coast. It's a whelk also, but it opens from the right-hand side. And these are some coconut rattles that I've made from coconut shell. And out of all the shells, this shell here is probably the deadliest shellfish in the world. This is a cone shell. The Polynesians make fish hooks out of this shell, even for the octopus lures. These spines right here will be mounted on the side of a stick, and makes it into a fish hook. Last person that got bit by one of these was in Hawaii a couple of years ago, and he lived for 4 minutes. Well, when you pick up the shell, they have a little tongue that will come out, and it'll inject a little harpoon into you. And it literally looks like a little harpoon as well. When you would pick up these shells, when you're diving for the queen conch and you pick them up underwater, they have a shoe right here that closes the meat inside here, the muscle. And when you pick it up, it'll come out and it'll stab you, like put me down. But you can see how this one has been cut right here. That was to cut the meat to release the muscle and pull it out. And it's not a mussel, it's a snail is what it is. It's a large snail. I've seen hammers made out of the lightning whelks, and the hammers were used in tenderizing. You really have to take a hammer to these mussels here. And these are some pieces I'm working on. These are out of Alabama greenstone that Mike had got from Alabama, and there's some obsidian pieces here. We're going to shape some blades into those. But what we'll do, we'll start with this station here, and we're going to work our way down. And I want you to get familiar with all this equipment and be really careful. I mean, real careful. Take your time. Don't get in no hurry. You don't want to put this blade into a bind. It can snap with you. It can jump off the rollers. So you have to be real careful and make sure the water's constantly coming on these diamond points too. This diamond bandsaw has a reservoir. You have to keep water in. And I've already adjusted the flow on it, so the flow is good. and just make sure that water stays full. But this cuts really good on this diamond bandsaw. Don't put this blade in a bind at all. When you start cutting out your circles, be real careful, go really slow and let it cut that circle, and don't press against that blade. And just watch me close cut this. And keep those fingers out of the way. Okay, you see these are going to be earrings. Is you'll have a little stick to reach in there to get this out. Keep your fingers out of there. And for some of it, you can take a stick and help you push to keep your fingers away from it too. Now while you're holding on to this, if you should let it go, it's going to throw that blade into a bind. I've already done that. And it'll throw the blade off, it can snap it, so be careful. But you see how rough that is? We'll straighten all that up on the diamond wheel. Now this tool here is one of my favorites. This is the only tool that I have at home, lapidary tool that is. But you have two diamond wheels. You have a rough wheel and a fine diamond wheel. And I've got the rough wheel on here right now to dress up some of the edges of these shell pieces that I'm working on here. You'll see some of these earrings might be a little too thick, so we'll remove some more off the back side of them. This is pretty thick right here. Just be really careful. Don't let your hand get caught on this wheel. Take off a piece at a time. Don't want to take off too much. Now we don't have a water system that will drip water on this, so you're going to have to use both hands. The first time I ever used this machine here, I got my hand caught in it. So keep your hands away from this wheel, keep your clothes away from it. It will have no mercy at all on you. You see how I'm rolling it with my hands there? I'll take my finger and grab it, or you can just do it like this. Just keep plenty of water on there. Be very careful. And don't let your shell get so wet, and it'll get real slick once it gets covered with powder and dust. So be careful that it doesn't get slick and shoot out of your hands. And this unit also has a little chop saw. This is a diamond chop saw that can be put on this. This is for just chopping. You can't cut in circles like you can with the diamond band saw. And it also has a polisher that can be affixed to the end of it. And you can do some fine polishing with these syringes right here. They have a diamond compound in them. And the higher the number, the finer the grit. So what you would do is start with the less number, then work your way up to a fine number to put a glass mirror polish to the piece. Yeah, you put a felt disc on this pad right here, and then you put some of that compound on there, and that's how that's polished. To give you an example, this is a piece. Yeah, and there's a compound here that you have to mix with it too. It's a liquid diamond compound that you pour a little bit of it in a syringe and just stir it up a little bit. It's about a 50-50 mix. This is the black mother of pearl. This shell comes from Tahiti. These come from the pearl farms. I have polished half of this, and look at the color that's in that shell. It is absolutely beautiful. No other shell can touch this one. This is the shell of shells right here. You get a cameo effect from this shell, the 2 layers of color. It is a beautiful shell. And on the felt wheel, you'll start off with the brown stick. This is a brown compound. It's a heavier grit. And from that, you'll go to the red compound. And all you do is just touch a little bit on there. That's all you need to do. Then a little bit of red. Then we'll take one of these that I've been. Okay, now you see that? See how the edges have been ground down and how white it is? I'm going to polish this. You start with the brown. You go around with the brown, and then you'll finish it up with the jeweler's compound. The red compound is the jeweler's compound. Just be real careful and don't let it pull it out of your hands. Otherwise, Jerrad's going to have to duck because it'll shoot right over there. So use both hands holding that. Just keep working it like this. And it doesn't take much. Now, if we were using a felt wheel, it would take no time. I should have got some felt wheels, but I wasn't even thinking about it. But this has worked just fine. With a felt wheel, you have to be real careful. You can burn the shell. It'll get hot real quick. And there's been times that I've burned the edges of the shell to get a different contrast, to get more of a cameo effect to it, and that looks nice too. Okay, you see how it's still a little barely milky white there? Now we're going to go to the jeweler's. This is the final polish right here. This shell, it's so soft that it polishes real quick. And you just have to keep working it. And just be careful that it doesn't pull it out of your hands, or you get your hand caught in this wheel, so be real careful. Okay, just that little bit of polishing, look at here. See how it dressed it right up? Look how polished that is there. Going from that to that. See that? It'll pull the color right out of that shell. Okay, before we start on our next project, I want to talk to you about some shells. I want to go over a lot of do's and don'ts, okay? And don't never carve inside of your house, and especially if you have children. When I was young, my daughter, when she was 4 years old, she's 25 now, but when she was 4, I was carving in the basement of the house. I was carving a deer antler, bone, and ivory, and Sarah came down with respiratory infection, and I got real sick. I had been carving some alligator leg bones, and I hadn't sterilized the bone, and it liked to have killed me. I was in the hospital for 10 days, and they did 2 spinal taps on me to see what kind of bacteria I had picked up. But anytime that you're carving bone, make sure it's been sterilized. Don't pick up no roadkill and just start carving it. That's not smart. But the best way to get bone is if you want to carve a beef bone or cut some bone pins, go to a pet store. All those bones have been sterilized real well. But if you have a certain bone that you want to do, like a bear or a deer, just make sure you've sterilized that bone really well before you go to carving it. And in these shells, this is a little purple river mussel. You see the skin on the back side of this shell. This is like a neurotoxin. You don't want to breathe this material. Anytime we grind it, we use a diamond wet saw. Around the turn of the century, there were some chemists and some marine biologists have gotten together, and they were going to try and come up with a paint that they could paint the bottom of boats with, that barnacles wouldn't attach yourself to, and this is the material that they started to use. But today they use more of a synthetic material instead of the skin off the back of a mussel. And this is the pink river mussel, and it's a softer shell. Your freshwater shells are softer than a saltwater shell. And these are perfect shells to start off with, but do not grind this down and breed this material. Use the right equipment, use a wet diamond saw and a diamond grinder to polish this with. And then here is one of the most favorite shell that was used by the Aztec and by the Pueblo people. This is a spiny oyster. See all the spines on the back of this oyster here. All the colors always on the back of your bivalves, okay? Now here it is polished. Look at the beautiful color that's on that piece. That's the spiny oyster. This is a Pacific shell. It comes from the Pacific coast. When you're looking at the shells, you want to hold them up to a light and make sure there's no fractures in the shell or what I call a blister. Sometimes a shell will have a blister in it, and that blister will be a hollow place inside the shell. So you want to study the shell and make sure that you're cutting a good, what I'll do at home is I'll grade the shells out. I'll have a A pile, a B and C, D pile. But the good quality stuff for special pieces, and then I'll just work it down from there. But you always want to inspect the shell, make sure there's no bad places in it like a fracture or a blister. Sometimes a piece of organic material will get between the animal and the shell and there'll become a blister on it. And the pearl industry, they call that a made pearl. It's a pearl blister is what you'll see on that shell. The chemical composition of a shell is calcium carbonate. And any of your pearl oysters or river mussels, what you have is the nacre. Now there's nacre in this shell. There's nacre in the gold mother of pearl shell. And it's the nacre that makes the pearl. And nacre is nature's epoxy, okay? That's what nacre is. And that's what a pearl's made from. The nucleus of these oysters here come from the pearl farms in the South Pacific. The nucleus of all those pearls come from the Tennessee River. It comes from the washboard mussel. There's a little shell seed that's inserted into this oyster. And then that pearl starts to grow. It starts to add nacre to that shell bead. But the nucleus of all your cultured pearls is a shell that comes from the Tennessee River. It's the washboard mussel is what is used in the cultured pearl industry. But in prepping the shell to get it to this stage, this is what it looks like. It's covered with all this bark. You have to remove all this bark off of this shell. And this is a neurotoxin. You don't want to breathe this material at all. But this is the largest of the mother of pearls. This mother of pearl will get 20 inches in diameter. It'll produce a gold pearl, and at times they'll seed an oyster with 35 pearls at a time. And in the Orient, they'll even carve a little Buddha out of a seashell and insert it into the oyster, and that Buddha will become pearlized. It'll be a pearl Buddha. But out of all the shells, this is one of my favorites. This is the black mother of pearl. This oyster comes from Tahiti. This is the oyster that produces the black pearl. But I polished half of this so you'll see what it looks like. Now, this is a shell that you need to take a lot of caution when you're working it. This is a quahog. This is what wampum is made from. The largest collection of wampum in the world is at Harvard University. And native students that even paid college tuition with wampum in the 1600s. And Harvard accepted as college tuition. This is the quahog. This shell is really toxic. It's believed to put out cyanide gases. And I just lost a friend the first of this year. He passed away, and he was a serious wampum maker. He died of cancer, and I've got another friend that's from the Delaware tribe, and he has come down with lung cancer. But this is one shell you don't want to breathe. And what I'm telling you is when you're working with this material, be familiar, be aware with what you're working with. There's some stones that's more toxic than other stones that you don't want to breathe, at all. There's some shells that's more toxic. There's some woods that's more toxic. There's even some metals that's more toxic than other metals. So know what you're working with and be aware with what you're working with. Yeah, I have a Narragansett friend, and his name is Mingo Domingo. He's from New Jersey, and he does a lot of wampum work, and this is a piece of his work right here. He does it all wet with diamond tools. But even the slur, the slur that comes off of this shell, the white milk of of powder and water. It even absorbs into your skin. So you have to take precautions with it. You don't even want to get it in your eyes. You're real careful with this shell. And this is probably the most valued shell there is this shell here, because of the beautiful beads that are made from this shell. And this is probably the hardest shell there is. This shell on the hardness scale is probably a 3.5 compared to your other shells being a 2 to a 2.5. But what I want to start with now is what I call the little brother of the sun. Okay, it's the circle and the cross. And it's a symbol of a southeastern fire. Okay, with the 4 logs on a southeastern fire. And that's it on the screen there. And I want to carve out one of these, and I want you to watch me carve this piece out. And don't try and carve as fast as I'm carving. First, I want you to draw it on. So what I'm going to do is I'll draw this one section out and just kind of copy this piece. And I'll show you how to find some points in there to get your center just right. And the most important thing on working on your shell piece is to finding your center. Otherwise, the piece will be lopsided, and that's what you don't want. But you have a template on the table. You might want to use that template to go ahead and get your circle on your shell. You start off with a circle like this right here. And then I'm going to draw another little ring around that circle. Okay. But there's ways to be consistent with your designs when you're doing your borders and all by just making a mark and dancing around the shell. And it's kind of similar to the way the potters will work a design in a place and keep working it around. You can't fix your design all at once. You've got to dance around your piece to get it balanced out just right. Now I've just put that cross there to get in these areas here, and I'll erase out the very center part, okay? Or sometimes I'll leave in that center part and I'll engrave that. It depends if that's what you want or not. But just to find my crossed out area, that's how I'll define that, is by just making a cross in the very beginning. I'm going to put the tail feathers of an anhinga in here. And right here, is that showing up on the screen over there, Jerrad? Okay. All right. Anhinga.
What's that?
It's a water bird, and she's also known as the water turkey, the snake bird. And she's one of my favorite birds. I used to do a lot of diving, and every now and then they would kind of skim by you underwater. They're comical underwater. But you've probably seen pictures of them drying their wings out. When they're observed in the rivers, they look like a snake because all you can see is their head sticking up out of the water. They don't have any oil in the feathers, and their body kind of sinks. So that's how they get the name snake bird. But they also play a big role in the creation story among the Seminole, Mvskoke. Now after I've done that, see what I'm going to do? I'm going to scallop these edges. These are going to be feathers, all right? So I'll scallop the bottom area just like that. All that's going to be carved out. It's also been suggested that a lot of the gorgets that will have scalloped edges, the scalloped edges, which have been called a petaloid design, have been associated with sky beings. So this makes this of sky when the edges have been petaled out. Now to get my borders, I'm going to get 16. I'm going to go with 16 on this. And you see it in a lot of pieces. The 16, 8, and 4 is pretty consistent. So I'll go around to all 4 points like that, then come back and get center point, and then there, and there, And when you're done, you have 16 points. You have 16 petals on this. Most of the stone discs that come out of Moundville, you count them. They have 16 points on them. Rarely you'll see some that have 17, but it's usually 16 points. Okay. Now the way this is going to be strung, I'm going to put a hole right here and right here. Okay, now now it's all balanced out. I know exactly how it's going to be. The holes will be the last piece that I put in there. That'll be done with a different burr. It's done with your round burr, not your engraving burr. You don't drill with that. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to go ahead and real quick cut this out. But just watch how I use the burr. And then just give me about 15 minutes on this and watch me cut this piece, and then you can go with yours. But when you work your piece, don't try and do it fast. Take your time. You don't have to finish it today. Some of the first pieces I carved years ago would take me as long as 2 and 3 days for a small piece. And I can cut some of those pieces out in an hour today. But that's 500 pieces later. You want to keep that line good and clean. 45-degree angle to get an inverted cut. Now I've got my circle. I'm going to scallop this piece on out. I've never moved my carving hand. I'm moving it all with my left hand. And if you're left-handed, move it all with your right hand. See what I'm doing there? I'm doing these cuts a little deep. And when you go back to the edge, and I'll scar this edge, don't be worried about going into your block, just go on into it. But all you have to do is hit it a couple times to get some depth in the edge of this piece, to make it pronounced. Okay. There's about 100 different ways this symbol can be presented. And when I see all these different symbols, these fire symbols and sun symbols, I'm quite sure they came from different towns, that each fire symbol represented a different community. Okay, now I'm going to cut the cross out. I'm not going to cut out the center line. I don't want to have that in there. Now this cross I'll cut deep, but don't go so deep you go through your shell. Just be aware of the thickness of that shell that you're working with. And you want to cut this deep because you want that cross to be raised a little bit. Each cut, you want to try and keep the same depth, keep the same torque to the piece. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to chop off the ends of these feathers that are in all four corners here. I'll hit one side and I'll dance it all the way around. And then I'll come back to get the opposite side. I'll just barely chop off that corner there. Just barely touch it. Now I'll get the other side. Okay. And when you finally finish up the piece, what we'll do is come back. When you finally finish up this piece, we'll come back with a fine steel wool. Now there's still a lot of work I have to do on this, but this is enough to get you started on this project right here. And this steel wool will dress up your piece, and all you really have to do is when you're polishing this shell work, you want to polish your shell piece before you engrave it. If you polish it afterwards, you're going to get your polishing compound all down into the cracks, and it's going to take you a day to get it all cleaned out. So it's best to work backwards with that. You polish it first, and all these discs we've already prepped for you, so they're all ready to engrave. So you see this piece here. There's still a little bit of work that can be done on that. We can feather it out, make some feathers in the center. We can even block out some little beads in the cross, scallop some little beads on the side. We can even cross-hatch some of these petals. But while you're working on this, I want to come back and put some more fine detail in this, and occasionally just look up and you can see what I'm doing. But go ahead and get started on your cross. And one thing I want to really touch on first thing this morning is the lightning whelk. We didn't cover all this yesterday. Why this shell is so important, and it's because it turns counterclockwise. It's the same direction of dance, the same direction of power, the same direction as a tornado, a hurricane, the same direction that a bean grows around the post. This is the direction of power. And that's why this shell was so sacred in the past and is so sacred today. And even the Hindu and the people of Nepal even use this same shell. It's sacred to them as well. They have a shank whelk, but it's a left-handed whelk as well, and they use it for a trumpet in their ceremonies. But all the things that this is made from, I had to write them down this morning to remember it all. Out of the tools, there's weights, fish hooks, lures, fish net gouges, fish weights, net weights, gaming disc, scrapers, knives, ladles, bailers to bail out a canoe. Seawalls were even made from this shell by the Calusa. There was miles of canals that were dug by the Calusa in South Florida. And the banks of the canals, these were pressed into the banks, and they're just lined with these lightning whelks. And some of those seawalls are still here today, and this is 1,000 years later. But knives, bailers, the seawalls, even timber for pottery was made from the shell. And the Calusa tequista, lightning whelk, ornaments, utensils, tools, hammers, woodworking tools, chisels. And you really need to, let's take some notes too, because that's another requirement. So if you'd like to borrow my papers later, they'll be sitting on the desk here. But hammers, chisels, gouges, picks, celts, hoes, anchors were even made from this shell. There was one of the mud anchors that was found, and there was 3 of these lightning whelks that were lashed together, and they were packed with clay. And it was literally a mud anchor that had been used. But adze were made from this. Plummets. And in the ornaments, there's gorgets, shell mask, ear pins, ear spools, lip and cheek plugs, beads the size of walnuts to the size of a match head. And from the columella, this is the columella, this cylinder, this core that runs through this shell. It's a spiral. It's a solid piece, and it's called the columella. From that cylinder, beads and ear pins were made, and wampum. But as far as the utensils, there were spoons, cups, ladles, bowls, dippers, and medicine cups that were made from this shell. And I'm sure there's still some more pieces I hadn't even thought of. But I just want you to understand how important this shell is. It was used for everything. This is an illustration that Dean Quigley did for the Tunica Biloxi tribe in Marksville, Louisiana. And what it depicts is a shell workshop. The shell's being brought up the Mississippi River and being worked on site. But everything they're wearing, the ear pins, the hair beads, the gorgets, beads, cups that you see over here, it's all made from that shell. Years ago, about 16 years ago, I drove to Guatemala just to compare the iconography of Mesoamerica with the Southeastern Ceremonial Complex. And it's just not similar, but it's the same stuff. You have the winged serpent with the head of the jaguar. That same image is found on medicine cups out of Spiro, Oklahoma. We went to, my brother and I went to Teotihuacan out of Mexico City. And the Temple of the Dead and the Temple of the Sun and Moon out of Mexico City, I was just amazed at the same iconography from there is in Oklahoma, in the Southeastern Ceremonial Complex. And then we're going back to, with some of the paperwork I had to pass out this morning, it'll be on the Swift Creek culture, but I want you to see some of these pots from the Swift Creek pottery stamp designs and how they evolved, and you can literally see the same designs.
Okay, guys, we got results. We got results. Let me put a link in the chat for you guys, because we are done for tonight. Or, well, okay. Let me put the link in there for you guys. Copy. Blammo. There you go. All right. I don't need headphones. So let's take a look at them, shall we? Let me pop them up. So here we got the 2023 primary election unofficial results. And I think these turn official on Friday of next week, is normally I think how it works. For principal chief, we got Tim Goodvoice with 400, wait, I'm just going to read the totals that are both everything put together. So he got 1,021 votes for 25.36% of the vote. David Hill got 2,350 votes for 58.37% of the vote. And Joseph T. Rogers got 88 votes for 2.1% of the vote. And Lahoma Schultz got 567 votes for 14.8% of the vote. So it looks like with that race, now there is a trigger. I'm not for sure if it's 51% or it's 61%, but there's a trigger that if you get over a percentage, you win in the primary. And I don't know if David has gotten that number. I'll need to pull code and check that number again, guys, but he might have gotten it. But right now it's looking like for the general, Tim Goodvoice versus David Hill in that race. Let's go down. Second chief, Beaver has gotten 67.2% of the vote with 2,678 votes. I'm pretty sure he's won that, or he has won that. So that's a done deal. He retains his seat. Creek District, Dodie Barnett got 39.54% of the vote. Joseph Hicks got 38.98% of the vote. And Lenny McNack got 21.48% of the vote. So in the general, we're looking at Dodie Barnett versus Joseph Hicks. McIntosh District, where Judith Pickering got 41.27% of the vote. And Darrell Proctor got 58.73% of the vote. So Darrell retains his seat there. Let me bring up the next page for you guys. Okmulgee District. James Jennings got 27.81% of the vote. William Lowe got 37.80% of the vote. And Robin Whitecloud got 34.39% of the vote. So that's going to be William Lowe and Robin Whitecloud in the runoff for Okmulgee District. Let's see here, scrolling down. End of report. Did we do it all? Is that it already? Let me check, guys. Yeah, that's it. Okay. We covered it all. All right, there you go. Let me pop myself back up. I want to thank everybody who sent in images and spreadsheets and was here for this chat this evening. It's been a long night, but not till 1 in the morning. So there's still time for everybody to go out and, hit the parties, Was it a 54? We go 54. So but I do want to thank everybody that tuned in tonight, and we're going to have some more thorough breakdown of these numbers for a video probably later this next coming week. On Monday, I'm going to be doing a live wire with a director named Jeff Palmer. So he did a short film called Ghosts that's about Kiowa children speaking their language in a boarding school. It's a period piece where they see ghosts of their ancestors and stuff. It's really interesting, and there's a trailer for it. So if you're interested in that, tune in. What else? I think that's it, guys. We did it. We did it again. The numbers were low. I'm not happy about that. But some people showed up and voted, so that's good. And we're all here tonight. So let's try to do better for the general. And Mado Hadum Chihicha, please.